And welcome. Welcome to the show. Let's see if we have sound here. Loud and clear. It sounds like I can back it off a bit. Welcome to everyone. Happy Tuesday, January 14.
Clear. It sounds like I can back it off.
Oh, wow. Okay. So if you are on a replay, who knows what day it might be, but we applaud you for the replay. So God bless you and welcome. Today is called Delphi Debunking Cicero. We will be getting to know more than we want about Patrick Cicero and his contribution to this railroading of Richard Allen in the Delphi murders, his collusion knowingly or unknowingly with the state. And that's what we'll be diving into. But before we get started, I want to say hello to everyone in the chat, especially so that I don't leave anyone out. And so let me get started here and see who we have here. All right. If you're just lurking, go ahead and please join the live chat. It's a nice place for you guys to be able to discuss and please have fun. And everyone who's in there, please welcome the newcomers. All right. First, I'd like to say hello to 7 Stars, Pert Init, Indy Cindy, Plain Iron, KLL, Brenda Mace, Regina Grady Bolden, Mark Ellis, Andrea Linder, Tammy Martin, Elizabeth Park, Donnie Pitbull Kuntz, Star Crazed, L'Oreal, Valencia's Mom, Mandy, Dawn Steele, 26 Dead Zombies, Bonnie, V, Mino Dino, as well as Asha Harry, River Lady, Pam Sheehan, Corner Piece, Heather Brown, JT. Who else we got in here? Tracy Fleetwood. Tracy. Gretchen Allen. Ooh, who else have I missed? If you'd like me to call your name, go ahead and put a comment in the live chat at the moment, and I'll do so. Otherwise, we're moving on. What's up, Amy Mickey? Kayla's here. And who else we got? Oleg Cat. Nancy Drew 101. All right. Elizabeth Jones. Hello from Scotland. Tina Martina. Kate Yu. Kay. Christina. Grateful 7. Candy M. Sharon Epperson. All right, Sunflower Soul. TJ Bits. Ding Dong. Spicy Cappy. Lee Cordell. Golden. Ricardo Jew. Corey Ellison. Kenneth. I will allow it, Stephanie. Sharon Epperson, I might have already said. And Laura Naran. So what's up, everyone? Thanks for being here. Tinker Bell. What's up, Tinker Bell? Thank you, everyone who happens to be here. What's up, 5 Green Acres? Everyone coming in. Amanda Evans. Appreciate you being here. I hope you enjoy the exploration that we're going to do tonight. I'm sure it'll be infuriating, but that's why we're here. We shine a light into the dark corners where critical thinking is not allowed. So that's what we're into. So welcome everyone who is here. Please go ahead. I see that Kayla has posted the Cash App. Please support the channel. We need your support. I got the Cash App there and the Buy Me a Coffee and the various other things. Let's see. Like we got the super chats and all that merchandise and stuff. So please support the channel in whichever way you like, as well as if you're lurking, please go ahead and join the live chat. That helps support the channel. Hit the thumbs up as well while you're here. Hitting the thumbs up or the like button, so to speak, also helps. So please do that. Welcome in Old Mort, New Mort, and Ben Aaron and Kaleido Hope. Good to see you guys coming in. Thank you. Okay, Jamie Blair. What's up, Birdie81? All right, good. Awesome to see people coming in. All right, so, oh, that was a balloon the kid just popped. Let me make sure he's okay. All right, in a heart, a broken heart, and a pop balloon equals a broken heart. What's up, Mandy? And carry on. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Rebecca Ann 1965 in here. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. Now we'll get started. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Oh, Warlion AASB Raffy coming in and making me laugh. Yeah, that was just in Carter's Flated Ego. That's all. Oh yeah. Fucking riddling ass. We don't like the riddles. Oh, we're over it. We're over it. No one's mystified anymore. We're not stumped. We're not curious even. We just don't want to hear it anymore. Oh, who's your daddy? 11. All right. Yeah, we got tears because of the pop balloon. What's up, Brenda? All right. Good joke, Bill. Good joke. Let me tell him it's okay. Okay. All right. The balloon has his heart broken. All right. So we got J Rabbit and Purple Amaryllis. All right. Yeah, that's okay. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. I told him everything's going to be okay. He'll get another balloon next time we get out the house. So, all right. So, what are we doing? Okay. So, here's what we're doing. Okay, obviously, there's several layers to this. Okay, you and I know, because of our judges' unbelievable, unhinged hate and bias and attempts to block transparency for this case and the public knowing what has actually gone on. Just keeping with the theme of Delphi is to block everything, obscure everything, shroud everything in secrecy. We have been shielded from experiencing ourselves Mr. Cicero's testimony at the trial of Richard Allen. Okay, but fortunately, there are some resources that we do have, and so what's up, Jenny 33? Okay. Jenny 30, Ninja Warrior Assassin, what's up? Help Me Rhonda, what's up? Jeremiah Grady, what's up? Okay. All right. Saying hello to everyone. Okay. Thanks for coming in. So what we'll be doing, first of all, is that what I did is I had some notes pulled from some of the attendees. Okay, some of the attendees in Delphi for the trial of Richard Allen. I had some notes pulled from Cicero's testimony. Okay. So that's where we will be starting today. which are we'll start there and work our way kind of in a circular fashion around. But first things first is this is the information from Mr. Cicero. All right, so this says bloodstain pattern analysis of testimony by Pat Cicero, crime scene investigator. Points of testimony. Okay, so this is our introduction. So this is, I'm going through this to give us some context to what we'll be getting into tonight. All right. So points of testimony, core body temperature. The average cooling rate for a body is 1.5 degrees per hour. But Cicero did not have information about the girls' body temperatures. Imagine that. Imagine that. Leaves and drag marks. Leaves were present between the blood pool and Libby, and also under her body, and may have stuck to her back due to the adhesive quality of blood. He said they may have slid against each other without creating a distinctive mark during a drag. All right. Concealment. Now remember, these are all Mr. Cicero's allegations or claims that he put across during his testimony. Whether Libby was placed for concealment depends on the viewer's perspective. He agreed there were plenty of sticks and leaves that could conceal a body, meaning not on her body, but in the entire environment surrounding both of these girls. There were plenty of leaves all over that anyone wishing to shield a body could have easily scooped up a bunch of leaves and covered the bodies with leaves. Okay, but that did not happen. Cicero claims, now these are important points because remember, all of these were points that were put across in the testimony. He claims he had not spoken to Jerry Holman before rendering his opinion. Oh, shut up. It's just... Sorry about the dog. Okay. It was best to document the bullet's condition in a lab or a controlled setting. So he agreed to that. Cicero found nothing linking Richard Allen to the crime scene. Cicero used the term hypothesis for his explanations. He agreed that there could be other methods of transfer and that injuries could be inflicted at different times to each girl. He also said that at least 3 of the injuries were inflicted at the same time. As far as SA, Cicero confirmed that an SA can occur without leaving injury or DNA. The F tree. Now here's a big one. Cicero called the tree an upside down L because the bottom bar of the F did not connect to the main line when a stain was applied. And we'll talk about that a little later. Principles of bloodstain pattern analysis. Blood is a fluid and reacts predictably under similar conditions based on volume and force. Blood is cohesive, meaning it sticks to itself, and adhesive, meaning it sticks to other surfaces. Viscosity causes blood to be flung off when force is applied. Analysis is based on size, volume, shape, distribution, and location of blood stains. Principles of blood stain analysis. Okay. Types of stains. Cicero described types of stains, including impact stains, transfer stains, occur when a bloody object comes into contact with the surface, pooling stains, saturation stains, and splatter stains produced by force and generally round. Okay, and that would be due to the surface tension of the fluid. Crime scene reconstruction. Cicero explained that crime scene reconstruction incorporates multiple disciplines, including pathology, shoe imprints, and bloodstain patterns to determine the best explanation for the crime scene. He used terms such as superpositioning, lateral continuity, Blocker's exchange principle, and event sequence, although he did not explain them. Specific findings at the crime scene. F tree, bloodstain tree. Cicero described a large stain on the northeast side of the tree, along with additional stains on the north side. He noted an upside down L shape with splatter to the left, or spatter, which he believes was caused by a bloody object coming into contact with the tree. A horizontal part of the stain was described as very square with smooth edges, suggesting a pattern transfer from a repetitive object. Additional transfer stains were noted around the tree. Blood pool. A large pool of blood was found beneath Libby's feet, with droplets extending toward her. This pool showed signs of coagulation and serum separation, which indicated a large volume of blood. Libby's body. Bloodstains on the soles of Libby's right foot were consistent with transfer, indicating she had been moving or walking through blood. Flow patterns on her torso indicated that she had been upright and then changed direction to horizontal. Alterations and transfers were observed on her neck and upper chest. Flow patterns on her face indicated her head had been lowered or lower than the blood source, which is indicative of being moved. Okay? At least in his opinion. High volumes of blood were present on her hands. Pay attention to that. With coagulation in the cuticles. A blank area on her left palm suggests blood was transferred off the area. Okay, so understand that claim that the hand had been bloodied, and then because of touching something, the blood was removed on that area. Blood drips on her right thigh showed a horizontal pattern, indicating the leg was not upright when the blood was projected from a breach in a blood vessel. Cicero concluded that Libby was moved after death or unconsciousness due to the blood flow pattern on her face. Okay, so that covers Libby. Abby's body. The only area of blood on Abby was on her neck, with small pooling by her right arm and top of shoulder. Her final position was described as pugilistic, okay, which means Oddly enough, and we're going to get into my commentary later, but it means a fighter's pose. Okay. There were no blood stains on her hands, sleeves, or arms. Okay, note it. There were no blood stains on her hands, sleeves, or arms at the scene. But oddly enough, this claims that there were at the autopsy, which Cicero attributed to handling during the autopsy or transport when the blood was likely still wet. So everyone needs to really take note of that. No blood stain on hands, sleeves, or arms until the body's moved or during autopsy when then blood is transferred. Flow patterns on her chin indicated that her head was moved while blood was still flowing. Okay, so imagine that as well. She's dead, her head moves, and the flow pattern changes. No blood was found on her bra, shirt, or torso. Okay, so you're getting what I'm putting here. Hands, sleeves, arms, bra, shirt, torso, all blood free. Cicero believes that Abby, now here's the hijack. Okay, here's a hijack. He believes that Abby was wearing her clothes at the time of her passing. Based on the saturation of the interior of her sweatshirt. Does that make sense at all to you? All right. Cicero's theories. Libby. Cicero believes Libby was injured near the F tree and then moved herself. You can't make this shit up. Or was moved to the location of the large pool of blood. He thinks she succumbed to her injuries at that location, and she was then dragged to her final resting position. Cicero also said the body was positioned in a place that would be less visible to the creek. He theorized that Libby was dragged by her left arm through a large pool of blood. Okay, so let me read that again because I think that you have to really take note of the final conclusion here. Cicero believes that Libby was injured near the tree, the F tree, and then moved herself or was moved to the location of the large pool of blood. He thinks she succumbed to her injuries at that location, and she was dragged to her final resting position. Cicero also said the body was positioned in a place that would be less visible to the creek. Disagree. Okay. Yes, they are in a natural depression. Okay. He theorized that Libby was dragged by her left arm through a large pool of blood. Again, disagree. That's not the reason her arm is up. Her arm is up because it is staged. Her body is staged in a particular posture. Okay, so we'll move on. Like I say, I do disagree with his theories, but keep in mind the fact that he said that there's blood under the foot, meaning the blood that the foot stepped in blood. There's supposedly blood at the base of the F tree. Okay, then a secondary pool of blood, which makes it sound like she is mobile and walking through her own blood until she succumbs to her wounds at a different spot, and then she's dragged from that spot and positioned into her final position. Okay. Uh, um, Yeah, yeah. Sounds like he's trying to explain away the posing exactly. There's a whole lot of explaining away, but we'll be getting into that. This is just the I'm just the recap of the testimony. Okay. Um, Now, he believes Abby succumbed to her injuries at the location where she was found, citing the lack of blood elsewhere. How about this? The lack of blood anywhere. How about the lack of blood anywhere, sir? Cicero also believed the lack of blood on her hands and sleeves, yeah, and shirt and bra and torso were unusual. Cicero suggested that Abby may have been restrained, unconscious, or bound, but there's no evidence of any of those. Now think about that. Think about that. Let's read that again. Cicero believes that the lack of blood on her hands and sleeves was unusual. He also suggested that Abby may have been restrained, unconscious, or bound, but there was no evidence of any of those. Well, what I mean, is it just me? Is it just me? How does one lone wolf killer who's 5'4" somehow restrain, make unconscious, or bind Abby before killing her without leaving any evidence of such or any blood? Okay, it's completely nonsensical. Interpretation. The bloodstain evidence suggests complex sequences of events with alterations, and I should say moving of bodies, and transfers of blood. Cicero used the term hypothesis for his explanations. He repeatedly used the term hypothesis for his explanations. Cicero acknowledged that his conclusions were a hypothesis and not definitively provable. He could not rule out that the injuries were inflicted at different times. But as you know, our jury was literally um, mentally deficient, so they could not understand things such as these. Okay. Now, um, pardon me. Next, we're going to take a look at, pardon, Cicero's testimony, which was given August 1st, 2024. Remember, this is the absolutely most contentious day in these entire 2 years leading up to trial. August 1st, 2024 was an extremely contentious day. I mean, it only matched possibly by March 18th, right? Um, so this is going to be interesting. Now, remember what these people always do. Um, these people always make absolutely sure to try to establish some sort of credibility. So this is what happens with this individual. There's all of this biographical information to try to establish credibility here. Um, so we'll go through it though, because we'll go through it quickly as possible. Okay, I'll skip some of it, but employed with LaPorte County Sheriff's Office, right? 24 years. Current rank is major. I'm with the administration. Okay. Prior to being promoted to major, I was detective, chief detective for over 20 years. Okay. I specialize in blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, forensic entomology for the practitioner, as far as collections and investigative approach, as well as overall crime scene investigation. Okay. I'm certified in the state of Indiana as a crime scene investigator. I'm also on the certification board. You know, what do all of these things tell you? All of these things scream, believe me. Okay. All of these things say, believe me, I'm credible. I'm an authority. Right. Um, Over my 20 plus years in the Detective Bureau, I attended numerous courses, basic, advanced courses in crime scene reconstruction, where blood stain patterns and analysis is incorporated with that, individual courses on certain topics in blood stain pattern analysis as well. You see? These courses require you to pass tests, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, yes, yes. Do you do training? Do you teach blood stain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction training? Yes, I teach at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy for crime scene investigators. I've taught at Rensselaer College as the basic and advanced courses. I'm slated to teach at the National Forensic Academy. I teach at the Forensic Academy already for the last 18 years in forensic entomology, but I'm slated this October to go back for blood stain pattern analysis. Okay, the National Forensic Academy is in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, through the University of Tennessee. It's a 10-week intensive course at the university. We teach investigators throughout the country. How long have you been involved? Approximately 20 years. Okay. Listen, let me stop. Please, please try to focus in the chat. Look, I don't want to go on a big debunking, but True Crime Design was absolutely wrong. Okay, those bodies are not in the water as far as the helicopter footage is concerned. Okay, all you have to do is be thorough enough to go through my channel in the video section and find the original high quality helicopter footage, put it in highest quality on the biggest TV screen you have, and look at it closely, and you'll see for yourself that those bodies are not in the water. And please stop promoting that in my channel, because it's not true. Okay, the bodies may have been in the water. It's my opinion those bodies were in the water, but not in the helicopter footage. That's plant matter. And if you go look at the original video, you'll see for yourself that it's plant matter. Okay, so I'm getting distracted here. Have you testified before? Yes, this would be the 31st or 32nd time. Okay. Blood stain pattern analysis is a field of study which relies on the fact that blood is fluid And as such, it adheres to our physical laws. Therefore, it's repeatable. Bloodstains are repeatable. They're testable. They're measurable. An analyst examines the bloodstains without or within a pattern, specifically looking at the size, shape, location in the scene, the distribution, the volume of blood. Ultimately, the goal is to determine the origins that gave rise to the bloodstains. Were you asked to assist the prosecution in this prosecution of the murders of Abby and Libby? Yes, sir, I was. When were you asked? Okay, February 12 of 2024. So here's another thing that I want you guys to pay attention to. He's coming to this in February of 2024. Think about that. What materials did you examine? Okay, so this is going to get funny. Oh, this is, you can't make this shit up. Our expert examined electronic files, photographs, lab reports, exam reports, diagrams. Showing you 8 photographs. I'm going to ask if you recognize these, if these would be photographs that you relied upon in your examination. For the record, it's exhibits 30 through 37. Were these photographs provided to you when you requested photographs in the case? Yes. Did you receive a lot more than these 8 photographs? Yes, sir. Many files of photographs. And you said you've reviewed both crime scene photos as well as photographs of the autopsies. Correct. Right. Was it helpful to you in understanding the photographs, understanding the report you evaluated? Did you physically examine items of evidence? Yes, I examined clothing. Okay. Were these the clothing that were what clothing did you examine? The clothing I examined was the clothing that was discovered with Abby Williams. I want to have you describe, and we'll not do it in terrific detail, but I want you to describe the blood that was documented at the crime scene as you saw it on the photographs, beginning with the blood on the tree. And as you want to look at it and reflect and refer to the photographs, if you would state the number for the record. Okay. So give me a moment. You know why there's long silences? Because the chat is pissing me off right now. If you really want to know, the chat once again is throwing me off from what I'm trying to present, and because I'm looking at the chat and you're throwing me off from what I'm talking about. That's why that's why they're long silences. But you know what? Please block pop it too, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break so I can calm down because you're pissing me off. Because I'm trying to do a show here and no one's paying attention and all you're doing is distracting me in the live chat. So that's what I'll do. Okay. Exhibit 30. Exhibit 30 is a kind of an overall mid-range photograph of the tree. As well as the decedents that are in the background. In the foreground, near the bottom of the photograph, there's a blood stain on the ground that I observed and categorized as an accumulation of blood that would be consistent with a pooling. It would be very noticeable if the surface was not a forested floor. But it was large enough and it appeared voluminous enough that it would be consistent with a pool of blood stain. Okay, so remember what's being discussed here. It's a photograph of the tree. You see Abby and Libby in the background. In the foreground, at the bottom of the tree, there's a pool of blood. All right? All right, now 31. 31 shows us a more close-up photograph of the forested floor, leaf litter with blood stains on them. It's not as easily viewed as in 30 or in 30, but I know where the general location is in the photograph. It's easily viewed on a computer due to the printing quality, but it's associated with the areas that I observed in front of the tree. Okay, what's exhibit 32? It's another photograph of the tree, a different angle that the photographer took. You can see the decedents in the background. It's of the tree more on the north side of the tree, showing the blood stains upon the tree. Okay, so remember, this is another photograph showing more so the north side of the tree, where you see the blood marking on the tree and the decedents in the background. And the next is 33. This would again be the tree, more closer shot of the tree, its blood stains. I believe on the northern part of the tree, more of the same. 35, the tree again with the scale. Okay. It's scaling out the blood stain, specifically the blood stain in the center, which I had described as an upside down L shape. Okay. Did you see the references in examination or reviewing reports of a tree noted as with the letter F? I did, sir. And we'll get to why in a moment, but does it appear to you to be an F on the tree? No, it appears like an upside down L to me. In terms of its configuration, yes. Okay, so let's pause. How about that? Let's pause. I will try to pull this for you. I've shown it many, 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 many times. Okay. Just so we can catch up. Okay, so we can catch up with what's being talked about here. All right, so you see, I think what we need to do is sort of back off from this for a moment and understand here. We're talking about potato, patata, right? Potato, patata. Does it matter if we call it more of an, say, upside down L, or if we call it more of an upside down F? Does that really matter? I don't think it really matters, okay? Because the first thing that matters is that this is not a handprint, which is going to be where this is all headed, right? Where this is all headed is it's a handprint. Okay, so for me, the most important thing is to look at this and try to determine, is this a handprint or is this an intentional marking? Okay, now let's say it is an upside down L. Well, if it is an upside down L, there's about 3 or 4 other marks which make it not just an upside down L. Okay, it would be an upside down L with some other marks both to the left and right, and to the upper left, and down at the lower right there appear to be some drops or drips. Okay, and those drips appear to come from that little dot that would be the part of the F. Okay. Anyhow, we'll get back to this. Okay, so just remember, it doesn't even matter if we're talking about an L or an F here. Let's see. This would be a photograph of the F upside down L without the scale, but this time the discoloration of the stain was due to an additive or chemical reagent called crystal violet. How many times, or have you used that chemical yourself? Yes, many times. Okay. What is the purpose of using crystal violet? Oh, did I not turn the page? Okay, there you go. It's to enhance the visualization of the blood stains. The actual chemical will basically pigment or change the color for more easy viewing. All right. Is it your understanding that the crime scene officers returned in the daylight a following day and applied those chemicals to the tree and took a photograph at that time? Yes, that's my understanding. Did that help you to appreciate and more fully understand the configuration of the bloodstain pattern on the tree? It did. As I can understand why the individuals would say this looks like an F. What's missing to make it an F would be the lower horizontal bar to make it an F. There's not one there. So that's why I had called it an upside down L. Well, like I said, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. L or F, does it really matter that much? All right. Oh my God. Okay. Here we go. What's next? Number 36. It shows the decedents. I believe the photographer is facing the camera towards the north, so the decedents are now in a different location. On the left side of the photograph, there's a large accumulation of blood, which would be consistent with a pooling. Okay. And 37. This is like a topographical type of photograph. I believe the investigators were on a ladder or some type of thing that made them higher. That you can see that discoloration, which would be to the west of the decedents, especially the west of Abby Williams. Again, the decedents laying supine on the forest floor. Okay. Would you describe the approximate size and distribution of the blood stain that you saw on the tree? Yes, sir. On the northeast part of the tree, where the symbol, again, I described as an upside down L, the pattern was, I believe, to be 3.4 by 7 inches approximately. Okay, listen. This is where I need to scold you all again. Listen. All right, everybody, stop being distracted because you may not know this. And this is something that should be very clear in your mind, okay? 7 inches by 3.5. Do you understand that? So we're not talking about a little 3-inch mark, okay? 7 inches by 3.5. Okay, am I being specific enough for you now? Okay, I'm trying to be explicit as possible. 7 inches by 3.5. That means for 7 inches, whoever made that marking in Libby's blood had to hold a perfectly straight line for 7 inches. Okay. Any of you ever try to draw? Okay, you ever try to draw? Is it easy to make a straight line for 7 inches? Perfectly straight line for 7 inches on tree bark. Again, 3.5 inches wide. Perfectly straight lines. I observed approximately 6 individual spatters and then more on the upper left portion of the pattern. Again, transfer stains to the left of the upside down L and the L, all consistent with transfer. And what do you mean by transfer? Transfer is, the definition for the terminology, is a bloody object that comes into contact with another object and transferring the blood over. Okay? Would you distinguish for us what you mean by spatter versus the other transfer that you saw? Spatter consists of individual droplets of blood. Energy was applied to the blood to break it up, and then the target surface, being the tree, had impacted with the tree, and that is spatter. Usually spatter is in the realm of 1 to 4 millimeters in size. In this case, the sizes were 1 to 3, if I remember correctly, 1 to 3 millimeters in size. And like I said, that's what I would term the drops. So the little drops you see here and there, okay, spatter. Also, one other additional pattern that's referred to as flow was also observed in the vertical portion of the upside down L, whereas there was a voluminous amount of blood to create flow from gravity that was after the transfer was made. There was blood at the base of the tree or near the base of the tree. There was blood at the base, I'm sorry. Yes, in my analysis, I defined or identified 3 areas of bloodstains. Of course, I just described the one on the northeastern portion of the tree. On more north, or basically to the right, approximately 4 feet from the base of the tree, I observed more transverse stains. As a matter of fact, those transfer stains, a couple areas of the transfer stains were quite voluminous. You can see with the darker red, darker brown application when it dried. Directly below that, those stains was another set, or there was another series of transfer stains, approximately 2 feet, a little more than 2 feet from the base of the tree as well. Was there a section on the ground, a distance from the tree, where there was a large pool of blood that was documented by photographs? Yes. The large pool of blood, or pooling accumulation of blood, was more to the south of the tree, and I believe maybe a few feet to the west of Abby Williams' foot. Could you point to that area, the pooling, for the court to identify which photograph you're looking at? In Exhibit 36, the pooling would be right there. In Exhibit 37, the pooling would be right there. Okay. In between the blood at the base, or near the base of the tree, and the pooling, was there also documented blood in between those 2 points? Yes. Okay. So pay attention, because so many people lose sight of this when he's giving a very vivid description of this tree and the blood. There were 2 other areas, according to the reports in the diagram, where there are 2 smaller areas of blood, very small. I'd say just smaller than the large one observed in 36 and 37 that could be considered accumulations. It lacked drips or other descriptives that we use for blood, and when we look at the blood and provide with the definition, but these areas again were much smaller, and depending on the surface, the soil, and the leaf litter, if there was a tile floor, a smooth, non-porous, it would be large enough that it would be a smaller pooling. Okay. So what we're picking up here is at the base of the tree, there's a pooling. Closer to Abby's foot, there's a large pooling. In between the two, there are 2 smaller poolings. All right. Now let's get to your analysis of the blood on the body of Libby. Did you study the photographs and read the descriptions and reporting of her body? Yes. And you had numerous photographs of that? Yes. Would you give just a brief description? Well, you examined lab reports that were submitted. Is that right? Yes. Specifically DNA? Yes. And what did you find in terms of the scene at the tree, the base of the tree? Okay, remember, we're still talking about this tree. The smaller amount away from that base, and then the large pool of blood. Whose blood was identified? Okay, so listen. Whose blood are we talking about? All the blood, according to the DNA reports, originated from Libby German. Okay, you get it? Do you get it? All blood is Libby's blood, except for what was right there on Abby or very adjacent to Abby. All right? Would you describe for the court what you can discern about the movement of Liberty's body from the tree to where she was found? Okay, so listen. Once again, this is an important aspect. So, observing the small accumulations, that would indicate that Libby was mobile at the time the bloodshed occurred. Likewise, bloodstains consistent with transfer was observed on the bottom of her foot, indicating that she was standing at some point. So, all the blood on the tree, the blood that's to the northeast of the tree, the smaller areas, the two areas, and the large pooling, all Liberty German's blood. Likewise, Liberty's body was dragged through the larger accumulation, which was noted by the pictures. You can see blood from the accumulation to where her final location is, but also the transfers of blood to the back of her leg and her calf. Okay? So understand again, where's the transfer on Libby? Under the bottom of her foot, okay? The back of her leg and her calf. In examining the photographs of Liberty's body, are you convinced that at some point she was dragged through or pulled through that pool of blood to the final resting point near the tree where she is photographed? Yes. And the position of the left arm, is that consistent with someone pulling her body from the area where the pooling was through that pool to the point next to the tree? Yes, it's consistent. Yeah, but I don't buy that. See, that's again, that's an attempt to hijack narrative. Okay. All right. Now I want to talk about the blood on Abby Williams' body. Before we leave Liberty, is it your belief that Libby was mobile, was moving after she received at least her first initial injury? Yes. And you say because of what? Again, the small accumulations of blood that were observed at different locations within the immediate scene would indicate that she is in those positions bleeding for it to get onto the ground and accumulate in that fashion. Is it also apparent that she was at least sitting in a sitting position at some point? Based upon the blood stains that were observed on her right thigh, there is what is referred to as a projected pattern observed on the thigh. And a projected pattern is basically blood stains or blood under pressure that is being ejected out of the injury, in this case being her neck, which coincides with what I observed on the leg. The stains ejected onto her leg and subsequent flow patterns were made flowing to the inner thigh of the leg. And that evidence confirms to you that she was sitting at some point with her head above her thigh? Yes. In order for that projection to be there, the target surface has to be present. And the most logical way for that to happen would be that the injury itself would have had to have been over the thigh. We can tell this mostly because of the flow patterns. The flow patterns went straight down the leg, so the best explanation for that particular pattern would be that she was most likely seated at the time. So let's talk about Abby Williams for a moment. What evidence do you believe that she was not moving upon receiving her one wound? Does she not move upon receiving that wound at all? She was in that general location the entire time. I mean, there may have been some movement, but generally it's right where she was found, where she's come to her fatal injuries. What does the blood evidence on her body tell you? The blood stain on her body observed flow patterns on Abby Williams' face, which were not consistent with her final resting, meaning that either her head was turned to the side at one point, maybe her body was turned at one point. The stains were really limited to the back, and the clothing saturation occurred. And the saturation is where blood accumulates and soaks into and absorbent material, carpeting, clothing, and whatnot. The saturation sweatshirt was so saturated in blood, also went onto the forested floor, trickled to the right of her, as well as pooling or an accumulation occurred. So the most movement of her upper torso and head were maybe from, let me ask it this way, the only movement of her body that you could discern from the blood was that what would have been a movement of her head from one side to the other? Potentially, yes. You see how these people can't, they can't, they don't even know how to talk. Maybe her upper body was lifted up. Listen, listen, I know everyone's has problems paying attention. Listen. Maybe her upper body was lifted up at one point to create the flows that went over her chin. Maybe when they were dressing her. Maybe you think it's maybe when they were putting clothes on her? Because our bodies can articulate so much. You know, I can't say exactly what occurred, but again, blood is a fluid. Fluids will flow towards the least resistant, and based upon the flowing patterns or flow patterns upon her face and chin, it was consistent with some movement. Liberty had a significant amount of blood on her, both hands, correct? Yes. Given how many violent crime scenes, how many death scenes have you been to in an investigative capacity? Hundreds, sir. I don't know. It's been 20 plus years. I've been an officer for 28 years and I've been to many death scenes. Given the wounds on to her neck, did it seem likely that she had a significant amount of blood on both hands? Absolutely, especially the injuries and the internal portion, being that both carotid arteries and the jugular vein um, were compromised. There would be massive blood loss as a result of that. What about the hands? What have you learned in your investigation about injuries to the neck and the hands? Yes, I believe it's a natural reaction. You're going to be putting your hands in that blood, touching portions of your body that is now being blood soaked as well. You know, the fact that we know that Libby German was mobile, blood is flowing down her shoulders, her neck. It would be very logical that she's touching those areas as well. And she had a voluminous amount of blood on her arms and her hands as well. So that would coincide with that. But Abby Williams did not, did she? Abby Williams did not have any blood on her hands. No, but she had male DNA. Nor did she have any blood on the sleeves of the sweatshirt, the dark colored sweatshirt she was wearing. There's been some testimony, documentation in this case regarding whether Abby was redressed after receiving injuries. Can you tell the court what your opinion is about whether or not, in terms of clothing she was wearing when found, a large dark sweatshirt, a tank top, gray sports bra, black bra, were those items on her at the time she received her injury? And here we go with the hijack. Yes. And how can you say that? So based upon several factors, in examining the clothing, examining the photographs, there's a heavy saturation to the clothing. You could see mostly on the back and the shoulders and the neckline. This is just the outer hoodie sweatshirt she was wearing. In reviewing her torso, her pink sleeveless shirt, it was gray. It was a gray colored sports bra and a black colored sports bra, or sorry, just a regular bra. There was no blood located on any one of those things other than the neckline or the shoulders. To the best explanation is that what she's wearing at the time. If she was dressed after the fact, we would expect to see a lot of blood transferred to the portions of the lower portions of the shirt, the sports brassiere, the brassiere, and especially her abdomen as she's being dressed. Yeah, but that's hypothesizing that the only injury she ever sustained was the stab wound to the neck. And I've always said, what if that was secondary? What if she's already incapacitated, unconscious, call it what you will, call it what you will. She's already unconscious and nude. Well, it would be very easy then to dress her, lay her down in that exact spot, pose her body, and then one stab wound to the neck, and then she's going to bleed out a little, just as she appears to. She'll show no signs of touching the wound because she's already incapacitated. She'd show no signs of being bound or restrained. She'd show no defensive wounds. Do you see what I mean? If she's already completely incapacitated in some way, she could be redressed, laid down there, and just secondarily injured with the cut to the neck, which would bleed out a little, soak into the hoodie a little. So we don't have to play fantasy world here. You don't have to imagine that she's cut, which is what actually incapacitates her. Then she's bleeding all over, and then she's redressed. You don't have to go the extreme route like that. Let's just say she's either drugged, she's blunt forced, something's happened to her, she's smothered. Whatever has happened to her to incapacitate her, she's totally incapacitated. She's redressed, she's laid down, then she's secondarily stabbed in the neck. That's what I think happened. All right, let's continue. Sorry. All right. The sticks and limbs that were near or on the bodies, you saw the photographs showing those, correct? Yes. And did you, by visiting the scene and also examining photographs, observe any indication that a large limb near Libby's body and even the smaller sticks would assist in concealing those bodies from view? Here's a hijack. Yes. No. No, we're going to talk about that later. Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, because that's where there's tomfoolery coming at you again. And he stretches it a bit further. If someone were looking from across the creek towards a direction where the girls were found, would those sticks and that large limb assist in concealing their body from someone looking in that direction? Objection. Okay. Mr. Cicero is an expert in blood spatter analysis. What someone may or may not have seen across the creek would be beyond his area of expertise. He visited the scene, Your Honor. He looked at it from a variety of perspectives, Your Honor. He looked at it from a vantage point, maybe not the specific location, but from the angle of someone across the creek. He was on the crime scene side of the creek, but he looked at it from that angle. And I believe he can give opinions. If Dr. Perlmutter can give her opinion about a crime scene, Major Cicero certainly could. Okay, Major Cicero, you were never at the location where the bodies were found February 13, 2017, correct? That's correct. Your involvement didn't come into place until April 2024, February 2024. I was at the scene in April. At the scene in April. And you were never in a position to see what you could or couldn't see with leaves on or off the trees or anything like that, or the differences in topography or anything like that in the 7 years between the time the girls were killed and the time you went to the scene. Correct. Okay. Your Honor, I think this would be complete speculation. We would object. It's not speculation at all, but I can ask further questions to clear up the matter. You observed dozens and dozens of photographs taken from various locations by crime scene techs showing from various distances the scene. That's correct. And did you see from the benefit of those photographs and from your own visit to the scene, to give it further context, did you see any advantage or any effect to cover up or make it more difficult to see the bodies from those sticks and limbs that were present? Yes. Your Honor, I would renew my objection. Overruled. Overruled. Let's not kid each other here. 3% coverage of the bodies. Okay? 3% coverage of the bodies. You had millions of leaves that could have been used to cover those bodies. Matter of fact, I might as well do it now. Look, are you really going to try to kid me that this is going to cover a body? Do you think that's going to cover a body? All right. Are we kidding each other here? What about the millions of leaves that could have been thrown over those bodies to cover those bodies? Right. Mm. All right, so I'll skip ahead a bit because this is a bunch of garbage that comes. All right, we're going to go over to page 24, I believe. In your opinion, was the blood on the tree painted or applied deliberately in a fashion to create a pattern or symbol, or was it blood pattern transfer onto that tree in a non-deliberate, non-painting fashion? Based upon my observations and the results of the experiment, the best explanation for the pattern on the tree was a result of a transfer stain, not from painting. Really? And what type of transfer stain and what type of action with what type of object did you find was the best explanation? Now, here's where the gaslight is. I mean, when I'm telling you, here's where the major gaslight is. Major. Because you cannot make up this is why I'm not going to say it. We used many different parts of a hand from a test subject, applied different pressure, applied different amounts of the volume of blood that was placed upon the hand of the test subject. We found that the most, in comparison to the stain on the tree, that the test subject's hand would be palm facing the stain. Palm facing the substrate or tree with the pinky finger in an upward position. And this area of the hand created a stain that was very consistent with what we observed on the tree at the crime scene. You're pointing to the edge, not the edge of the palm, not the heel of the hand, but the edge of the palm, and you're using your left hand. Is that correct? We used the left hand. Okay. And in a horizontal fashion, yes, but it would be this, not the edge of the palm. It would be more of the meaty area of the palm. Okay. I mean, Because, ladies and gentlemen, this equals that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, this equals that, right? Is that girl's hand 7 inches? Is that 7 inches? Really? See, I put some different filters here. So you want to tell me this is not painted on with a finger? Okay, but then they go further, right? Then they go further. How tall was the test subject that you used? She was 5 feet 4 inches, similar to the decedent. Also, did you try painting blood on the tree? Yes, I did. We tried painting the fingers, with fingers and with a stick. Obviously, we don't know if painting was a possibility. What was utilized to paint? But the logical conclusion is fingers are a stick. Well, I'm telling you, this is fingers. We found it very difficult to paint an upside down L. It would wipe off our fingers, so you'd have to reapply several times in order to get the full pattern if this was painted. As it relates to the painting, when we would use a finger or two fingers, you could see the very edges of the fingers, the roundness of it, each and every time. As it pertains to a finger, going back to the tree, I believe that's what you're referring to. Yes, it should be noted approximately an inch or inch and a half, if I remember correctly. I don't have my notes with me. To the right of the upside down L, there was another transfer stain that appeared to be a pattern. Yeah, that's what makes it look like an F. So here's the upside down L, and this is the stain that I'm referring to. I'm referring to the stain that's here that was utilized. The stain was crystal violet was applied. So in that stain, we did testing. For that particular stain, we used digits. And we found that the portion of the thumb created a stain that was similar to what we observed in the photographs of what investigators observed in February of 2017. So the thumb made the most accurate depiction of that part of the F. Yeah, so now, I mean, now you can't. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. All right, so I'm gonna skip ahead because this is so. The gaslight is so insane that we're not going to entertain it any longer. Okay. If Liberty's blood came into contact with that tree and with her hand in that form you described, and the hand was covered with blood, would that explain all of the blood you saw, including the spatter, the downward flow on the L portion you described? Yes. Yes, it would. The spatter, I don't believe so. That could have been caused from another action. What I would expect to see is if a hand that contained a large amount of blood struck or made contact, you know, and we see the cast off. We didn't see that. This too, it's not by any means a great distance. It's just maybe an inch away where we saw the spatter. We would expect that to see maybe some directionality. However, blood stains, especially spatter, there's a direct correlation between the substrate surface. The surface on this tree was very furrowed, very rough, cratered, layered. This spatter may have been the result of another action that maybe occurred simultaneously or shortly prior to the contact. Again, it's a very small area. We're talking about the surface area that's the curvature of a tree. There could have been spatter out there in the forest that was not located because it's hard to see blood, especially on a forested floor. All right. All right. All right. So then there's a cross-examination. We'll go quickly through it. Okay. Jeez. Pardon me. So we know somehow there's a pool of blood near a tree, a large pool near a tree. Yes. There was a smaller accumulation near the tree. Okay. Which pool are we referring to? Well, there are several large pools of Liberty German's blood, correct? There are 3 smaller ones, and there is one very large one. Okay, one very large one. Now, Liberty's neck had several cuts, correct? I believe there were 3. Okay. And would you agree with me, Major Cicero, that the individual cutting Liberty German's neck, their hand could also be covered in blood? Very possible, yes. And probably likely depends on his actions. It's very possible that what he does and how she faces the assailant, what her actions are, her movement away from him, the initial cut, if you will. I'm not sure which injury did that. So there's a lot of factors to automatically saying I'm going to agree with you or not. It sounds like you're a little, does that sound a little combative? Why is he instantly combative with Miss Auger? Okay, now you said his hand. Why do you say his hand? Mistake. Okay, thank you. A hand. All right. Ooh, that's rough too. That's rough too, right? How do we know this is a male? Okay, now you know that someone had blood on their hand and it was transferred to a tree. Yes, ma'am. In a pattern. Yes. And one of the patterns is an upside down L, correct? Yes. Now, did you do any analysis of any other individual's hands? I don't understand, ma'am. When you picked an individual who was 5'4", correct? Yes, ma'am. And that's because Libby was 5'4". Yes, ma'am. Do you know how your subject's hand compared to that of Liberty German's hand? I don't, ma'am. No. Ooh. See, you want to talk forensics? Okay. Because Miss Auger right now, she's bringing you the actual forensics. Okay. Let's scrutinize this. And then you don't, for instance, have any idea about the size of, let's say, Brad Holder's hand. I'm not sure who that is, ma'am. Okay, so you're just limited to test your individual. Is that correct? Yes, this experiment was merely a way to show that there's an alternative explanation other than painting. And there you go. See, that's when they tell the truth. This experiment, like think of what's being told. Every time these people speak, you have to listen. This experiment was solely for the purpose of showing that there's an alternate explanation other than painting. You see? Meaning there's a motive here. There's a motive for this. Okay, but if I want to make a pattern of an upside down L, I can create that, recreate that with my hand, right? Yes, I can dip it in blood, or if my hand already has blood, and I can put it on a tree. Yes. And you have no idea how that blood was transferred to the tree other than Liberty German's blood was transferred to the tree. Yes. Okay, now, sir, if I could, you talked about Liberty German. And I'm looking at page 5. It's kind of the end of the first paragraph of your report. And you said blood stain evidence would indicate that Liberty German would have been stationary for some time at the location of the large pooling believed to be placard 3. Yes, ma'am. That's the large accumulation pooling. Can you show me what I've looked and I can't find the placards. Can you show me on one of those exhibits where that pool is? Can you point that out? Sure. I'm going to point it out as to States Exhibit 36. Okay. And States Exhibit 37. Okay. It's the last one I look at. Sure. And you said her body was stationary for some time, and then it was later moved to the vicinity of the pooling to her final location where she was discovered. Yes. Now, when you say later moved, that implies to me that someone else moved her. Yes. She didn't move herself. No. And in your experience, sir, have you ever had the occasion to move a dead body? Yes. How would you compare moving a dead body to someone who's alive? Is it more difficult? I think it all depends. If the person's, I believe it'd probably be the same if the person is alive and limp and I'm supposed to move them. Are they fighting? I don't know. And how far do you think Liberty's body was moved? Well, whatever the distance was from that pooling area to her final location, whatever that may be. Perhaps it was 7 or 8 feet. I'm just looking at it. I don't know a context. I don't have a scale in there. Okay. Skip ahead. If you look in the photographs, I believe it's 36, you see the blood trail as it moves around. So it appears to me that it's a direct path from here. Most likely her head would have been in the vicinity, head and neck would have been in the vicinity of the large pooling. So whomever would have done this would have pulled her, and the result, the leg, the buttocks, the under the leg, the calf also came into contact with the blood, and it drugged through there, which is indicative of the staining upon the leaves and the foliage, as well as the staining observed on the back of her leg. You also said that several flow patterns observed on Liberty's face were not consistent with her final positioning. Correct. Can you tell me what patterns those were? Well, those patterns were going across her chin, across her face, down her eye, that when you look at her final position, I believe her head is turned to the left, and that would not be consistent with the patterns that we observed on her face. Again, blood is fluid. Fluids travel in the least resistance. Gravity is a factor here, and so at some point, her head was potentially turned at some point. Maybe her head, when she was, however, she was picked up, her head was down. You know, if you pick a person up or pick up a person who is limp because of gravity, the head would go back. That would allow these flow patterns to occur. Okay. Now, at some point, her head was positioned differently with respect to the rest of her body. The head would have had to been in a different position where the blood flow would have flowed across the face in that manner for her head to be like that, and the blood would not flow up her chin and back over her face. The face and neck would have had to been at some point back and turned. You see, to create that. Are you talking about the blood flow on her right cheek? Primarily her right cheek, but you know, blood does not defy gravity, so on her chin and whatnot. Okay. Now moving on to Abby Williams. And you said on the left side of Abby's neck, you observed what appeared to be coagulated and wet and dried blood, yes? So not all of the blood had dried on the side of her neck. The side of her neck, mostly in the hoodie sweatshirt area, it's a protected place. It would not dry as quick, especially accumulations. And the flow patterns on Abby's face were also not consistent with her final position. Yeah, some of them were not correct. Now, page 7 of your report, you said there's no conclusion being made. Abby was nude at some point on or about February 13, 2017. Okay. Right. No conclusions are being made that she was completely nude. She could have been completely nude. Right. She could have had her pink her pink shirt, gray brassiere, and black brassiere on at the time. I can't determine that. But would you agree with me that at some point she was partially nude? Yes. Okay. And you did not video record your experiment? No. All right. And Major Cicero, Exhibit 37 is an aerial view of the bodies. Is that correct? Yes. I believe the investigator was on a ladder. And can you estimate, with respect to Liberty German, what percentage of her body is covered by sticks? I'm bad at this, ma'am. I'm sorry. Maybe 3, 5%, 3%, maybe 3, maybe 3. Not so much. No, no. Okay. Again, listen. Major Cicero, can you estimate, with respect to Liberty, what percentage of her body is covered by sticks? Maybe 3%. And with respect to Abby, what percentage of her body? A very small percentage. And you would agree with me that there are lots of leaves. Yes. In the area, yes. And there are other sticks in the area. There are. And if I want to cover a body, do you agree with me? It would maybe be much better to use leaves and sticks that cover maybe more than 3% of the body. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. All right. So what I'm going to do is skip the rest, okay? Because we got so much more to do. There's so much more. There's so much more. I just want you to understand, okay? So remember what I said. I gave you a summary, and then I gave you the testimony from August 1st, okay? So now we're going to move on. Okay, there's so much more to do. So I don't want to get caught up on any one thing. So just give me a moment. Oh. All right, let's get going with this one. So I want to bring your attention to this. All right. Now, Mr. Cicero was one of the select few who has made an appearance with the murder shits. And so we're going to take a look at his claims in this PR piece by the murder shits. Okay. Just a moment. Now, I must tell you, this is amazing because this is they go so far, so far. Okay, they go so far. Um, all right. So I want you to pay attention. Look at how many pages. Okay, everyone take a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Six. It's not even over. But an entire 6 pages of all about me. Give me credibility. I went to school. I've taken classes. I worked for law enforcement for years. I've studied for crime scene analysis. Okay, 6 pages. And here we are. We're going to pick up like quite a ways into this to not bore you with the establishing of credibility. Okay. Let's see. So 6 pages. Like I said, we're going to catch up on page 7 here. Now, imagine this is a bad question because there's no such thing as a typical case. But could you tell us in a typical case, like when you'd be called in, what your process would be and what you'd be looking for? You know, at this point in my career, it's going to be something serious. You know, it used to be that we responded to burglaries and that things of that nature. And that's far more property crimes that could utilize my CSI work. You know, we're all accustomed to homicide or death-related investigations, but it goes back to the process of application of the crime scene investigator's role. We have methodologies that we have done at all times, such as there are protocols. In Indiana, you have a defined 7-step protocol. And one of those steps is to ensure that there's safety. You know, are we legally there? We can't just, even in a murder scene, we can't just go in without a warrant. You know, we need permission from the courts. But, you know, there's always the same. We don't touch anything until we document it. We don't collect anything. Everything needs to be measured. When we do this process over and over again, it becomes second nature. All scenes need to be investigated the same way. Some scenes don't need as much effort because they're simple. So it's really all dependent upon the scene and the actual crime itself. Yeah, but that didn't happen in Delphi, remember. Okay. Well, one thing with this case we're going to talk about later, that's a situation when you weren't one of the initial crime scene investigators on this case. I guess, do you need to be there from the beginning to analyze something, or is it possible to kind of put it together based on all the things that are initially sort of collected and documented? Sounds like that's a leading, sounds like you're feeding him exactly what he wants to be able to say to validate his own opinion, even though not having stepped foot into this until February of 2024. That's a pretty snaky move right there, young lady. Okay. Well, in many, actually most of my investigations at this point with blood stain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction are things I get after the fact. Oh, what a stinky woman you are to ask this question. You knew you were feeding him this. And what we call the remote case work, basically. So it's imperative as an instructor and people going through crime scene investigations to understand the proper procedures or protocols of evidence, documentation, collection. Because your collection of data, measurements, photographs are the most important thing. You need to be accurate for others to view what your work was. And that's part of the instruction that I do. And I'm an instructor besides the forensic entomology. I'm also instructing blood stain pattern analysis. And a very large portion of that is teaching these investigators how to document blood stain patterns in a scene. So again, most of my work is done remotely. And this was the same. Same for Delphi, is I relied upon it was the Indiana State Police CSIs who did a fantastic job doing their job. Leaving the sticks and not even collecting the sticks and not even getting all the DNA and contaminating the DNA. And what about the fingerprints? Oh, fantastic job. Fantastic job in the ISP CSIs. Ooh, this is rough. This is rough. Oof, rough. Okay. Before we really jump into Delphi, I just want to ask you, it sounds like you've worked so many different cases over the years, so many different types of cases. I'm wondering, looking back, do any stand out particular as being particularly memorable or something that really comes to mind when you're thinking about what work you do? Jeez. As far as blood stain pattern analysis is concerned, there have been several. I remember a case I worked in Porter County that was initially, it began as a case where the gentleman had, the husband, I believe it was that they were married, had shot his wife. And the Port County Sheriff's Office, I believe, were the main agency involved. I was not involved with that initially. And it went to trial, but it came up with a hung jury, and the defense attorney at the time made a good case. One of the areas that made a pretty good case was the fact that the shooter in this case was proven to be the husband. Didn't have any blood spatter on him. Because if he shot her, he should have blood spatter on him. That form would be deemed as what we called back spatter. So I received from the Porter County Sheriff's Office, received a call, and the prosecutor worked with them directly. And I believe with that particular case, I don't think forensic testing was needed because it was considered a back spatter case, which I had done testing in previous cases. And we know that back spatter is a result, especially with with gunshot wounds to the head, the result of several different factors, or what we theorized were several different factors. But we don't know that usually with back spatter, there's not as much as what's referred to as forward spatter, where the bullet exits the cranium area, but the back spatter doesn't travel as far. It's usually fairly small. So there has to be a distance determination with this. But in the end, we were able to prove with this decedent, she had very thick hair, and hair is considered an intermediate target, meaning that it would basically prevent the back spatter from occurring. Well, I was able to show that, and sure enough, the jury found the person guilty. I think other factors, play into that, not just the back spatter. That just came to mind. I remember cases where doing forensic testing with back spatter in a case that I remembered it was determining whether a person would have spatter upon them if there was self-deletion versus homicide. This is very common, actually. Context of this particular case would indicate that the person who was found guilty was guilty for other reasons. But my role was to determine if the gun was in the decedent's hand at the time it was being alleged by the defense. And this is where the responsibility of the ballistic powerhouses incorporates reconstructive models of doing testing. We have scientific approaches. We identify the problem. We come up with a hypothesis. We look at the data from the scene and we create as far as testing is concerned. What are our expectations? Of course, I said testing already. And then we're eventually at our conclusions. In this particular case, the question was the gun in her hand at the time, as was being alleged by the defense? We did, a series of testing with my own blood and shot the gun. And what would we expect? We would expect to see blood within the palm of her hand because it's wrapped around the firearm. This is common sense, but you have to test it to show that. And its validity in court. Well, when you looked at it at her hand, there were blood spatters within the palm of her hand. There was blood spatter everywhere where we expect to see on her. There were some other factors involved, but then we're talking about blood stain pattern analysis. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Really, it does at this point. It sounds like you create these so-called reconstructions to be able to paint the theory that the prosecution is trying to present, just like you did with Delphi. Remember, you recreated the blood transfer onto the tree by Libby's hand as an alternative to the truth that someone drew that figure, right? All right. So let's forget about this and skip ahead to where it's actually pertinent, because this is getting infuriating. I mean, it really does get so infuriating dealing with this. Let's see. All right. So thank you very much. All right. So now we're on to part two. Just imagine that they wasted an entire episode in trying to give him credit. Okay, trying to establish his credibility. In other words, now moving on to this. Now that the gag order is lifted, Major Cicero and others are free to speak. Yeah, you mean going on a PR tour of all the friendly outlets to perpetuate the state's narrative because they're desperately afraid that the public is catching on to that something ain't right here. Okay, I'm glad that I set that straight. All right, here we go. Now, I guess you had previously been following the Delphi case in the news. Prior to me getting contacted? No. I mean, I knew about the case through the media. You know, we are in our jurisdiction. Obviously, we're about 2 hours away in drive time from Carroll County. And we were all aware of the young girls that were killed. But just like any news cycle, things moved on. Obviously, it was the news in Carroll County in Delphi for the community, which absolutely would be two young, beautiful girls. But after that, you know, we had what, 5, 7 years, whatever. So no, I didn't know anything about the case other than, you know, I knew there were certain state officers that worked it that I was aware of. How'd you come to work on the case? I believe I received an email or a call from Sergeant Jason Page, whom I've worked with several times, went to training with him, asking to give the prosecutors a call. I spoke with Mr. Jim Luttrell. That's how it all started. And they wanted me to get to work on the bloodstain part of it. Well, it sounds like, you know what? They wanted you to go prove that it was not an upside down F or L or an F drawn on that tree. That's what it sounds like. You mentioned Jim Luttrell. Now we're going to slob some knob. What kind of guy was he to work on with this or work with this? Work with on this? Fantastic. Very well prepared. He has not a lot of knowledge about forensics and being a prosecutor. Just he was very well prepared. I felt very prepared when I testified in this matter. Very prepared. Oh, Jim Luttrell, what the greatest. He's just the greatest. He's just the greatest. So obviously you're coming to this case after the crime took place. What kind of materials did you have to help you evaluate and analyze what happened? I was specific about what I wanted, which consisted of evidence-related documents, such as lab reports, the autopsy report, photographs. Of course, we need that. Diagrams are very helpful, but I didn't want to have anything that was, as far as interviews, things of that nature, because I'm trying to base this off a factual, objective analysis as opposed to all other extraneous information that's not going to really affect what happened at the crime scene. Really? At trial, I know that 3 Indiana ISP CSI spoke. You mentioned Sergeant Jason Page testified, as well as Dwayne Dotsman and Brian Olajai. Something like that. Can you talk about the work they did that was sort of then passed to you, sort of on to analyze, and what sort of you made of that? Sort of. Okay. Sure. The primary investigative work that I observed that they completed were photographs, and they were excellent. Okay, let me help you out. Here's what happened. They start off at the crime scene from the furthest extent out, okay? And they do this process whereby they go into tighter and tighter circles photographing the crime scene until they're basically right on top of the bodies. So that's what was happening. So there were plenty of photographs. There were 360-degree photographs from various distances. So they had all of that to look at. They had all the autopsy photographs. Of course, you had the reports. But do you call that good CSI work? Because I wonder, why would CSI techs ever in a million years, even 50 years ago, leave bloody sticks with blood evidence, DNA evidence on them? Who on earth would ever leave those out in the woods, out in nature? Scales were present. Photographs were clear. It makes it a lot easier to do my job. I compliment all of them. Blah, 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 blah. I compliment Lieutenant Cody. He was a sergeant at the time of the scan. Another compliment for retired Sergeant Dean Marks. A whole bunch of ISP congratulating here. There was an FBI agent. I observed his photographs, so I don't think it was anything to do with bloodstain, but I remember, but the FBI agent Kramer, I observed his photos as well. Collectively, it was very well documented. Oh, major kudos. Okay. But major kudos to Sergeant Page. His diagrams or subsequent diagrams with retired Sergeant Marks were fantastic. Sergeant Page, again, he'll probably be upset with me for saying these things because he does listen. Oh, so Sergeant Page is tuned into Murder Sheet. Okay, good to know. Good to know that. His top notch. He's top notch. He's top notch. Thank you. It's a new day. He's top notch. Top notch. And the Indiana State Police, with all their CSIs, and I've trained with all of these gentlemen at these venues with bloodstain pattern analysis as well, just top notch. And the Indiana State Police, I could say, sets the standard in the state of Indiana when it comes to crime scene investigation. Top notch. But their work is excellent. Excellent. It made it easy for me to do my job. Absolutely perfect. No problem here. And I want to make sure that your audience understands. So it's important that, again, I'll talk about the piece of a pie. CSI is one aspect of it. And all these disciplines that follow, the lab people, then there's firearm ballistics people. We have our bloodstain pattern, of course. But when you have all these part of the forensics and it all comes together and it railroads Richard Allen just perfectly on time for Judge Gull and Nick McLean, it's just perfect. It's just a piece of the pie. It's just fabulous, excellent ISP. Just can't complain. Not one problem ever. They're absolutely they're the picture of perfection. Heaven on earth is the ISP. Wait, I'm sorry, I went off a little tangent now. All right. It seems like all these people in Hollywood have everything and they just do it all. That's not the case. Everybody has to stay in their lane and do their job. And I firmly believe the Indiana State Police officers could have done this bloodstain pattern analysis as well. They chose somebody else from outside, myself, to help with this case. Remember, to help prove that that's a handprint on the tree and not a drawn figure. That's right. That's why you were called in, bud. That's why you were called in. I mean, you know, to tell the jury not to believe their own eyes. Let's be honest here. You wanted the jury to not believe their own eyes when it comes to this, right? And when it comes to this, right? These are for hiding bodies. 3% body coverage at a maximum, right? Hiding bodies, right? And handprints. Why? Let me tell you why. Because these markings right here, right? These markings right here and these sticks right here absolutely prove that there's something more going on here. These are the non-secular signatures that Robert Ives referenced. Remember when Robert Ives said there were a minimum of 3 different signatures at the crime scene. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. 3 different signatures at the crime scene that you would want. It's almost like something you'd want to take a photograph of, he said. So your job was to come in for the state and to change this all around. You have to make the jury and the public, now that you're on the talk show circuit, you have to make the public believe that these are not non-secular signatures, that these are not any sort of gang signs, right? These don't indicate something strange. That's your mission, your assignment. That this is a handprint. Okay, sorry, I'm going a little crazy. Let's get back to, where is it? Oh, man. What were you looking for? I was looking for spatial relationships, primarily between where the tree was with that, what I refer to an upside down L, and the area between the tree and the larger tree to which Miss German was located. All right. And that was what I primarily wanted to see. Okay, so you were mostly interested in this. He just admitted. Okay? Like I said, he told you what his job was. His job was to prove an alternative theory to someone doing this with their finger or whatever. But I also wanted to see some other things that I was asked to at least consider in my testimony. Was visualization from across the creek. Did you hear that? I also wanted to see some other things that I was asked by who? To at least consider in my testimony. Visualization from across the creek and some other factors to look at in evaluating this. Oh, so you mean covering the bodies with these sticks? That these sticks were meant to hide the bodies from someone looking across the creek. See, it sounds to me, sir, that the story had already been invented, that the explanation had already been, the alternative explanation had already been conceived, and that it was your job to come in and recreate it, right? And then sit on the stand and testify to it as you did. In my opinion, I think the hearing was the most important of my testimonies for the court to decide whether or not the defense was going to be utilizing a theory of their own. That's why we just read it. That's why we just read that August 1st testimony. Like I said, that was so important. And he knows that. So that was the benefit of it. It's important for bloodstained pattern person or person providing an opinion to do as much as they can do. Right. All right. Let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the bottom of that. The bottom. I was asked about the branches that were associated with the girls, and I provided my belief as to why they were present. And it was my belief. There could be other reasons, but it was my belief. It was to conceal. I don't know, but that was one of my questions. If Miss German was moved, and it was my belief, yes. And it was based on the very large accumulation of blood that we call a pooling that was on the ground. And I'm very confident. I believe that it was in my testimony that was the most logical place where she basically succumbed to her fatal injuries. And she was subsequently moved. And now that was based upon blood stains that were observed on her right, the backside of your right leg and calf. And sometimes it was hard to see on the photographs on the court TV. But when you really zoom in to the leaves between where she was located and a large pooling of blood, you could see the blood that was like transferred on the leaves as well. Like a trail, is what I say. But there was some question about drag marks, if I recall. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. And there were multiple layers of leaves, even when I visited the scene. So you have the leaf fall, and I was surprised that we didn't see drag marks like bare earth compared to the rest of the leaves, because basically leaves were sticking to the bottom of her leg as she was moved there. So the question, investigatively speaking, and it's something we do in crime scene reconstruction, is why move her to begin with? It makes no sense. And the reason is it would contrast in colors between a body which is unclothed and the surrounding environment, which would be the leaves. She would stick out very much. So if the theory, which is a valid theory, was they crossed one side of the bank and crossed the river to the other side, how visible was it on the other side of the river? And it's very visible, especially with that time of year. And so the large part of her body was hidden behind this tree. See, the total BS. Look, total BS. Total BS. So you're telling me instead of covering the girls with leaves, which would be so easy to do, you just cover like in a blanket fashion, just blanket over these girls with leaves. You cover them from everybody. You're wanting me to believe that the actual objective was to cover them from the other side of the creek view? I mean, come on, that makes zero sense whatsoever. Like, for real. So you're going to do this to these bodies to cover them from something on the other side of the creek? No, that ain't the way it happens. That ain't the way it happens. No. That ain't the way it happens. So I'm going to skip. He goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on, trying to make this stick, right? Remember, this is murder shits. Okay. Now we're going to get to the tree. So you were so you were able to recreate the blood stain on the tree, right? The defense categorized it as a symbol, whereas I think you were able to show that it was much more likely transfer a blood stain, a handprint, because the defense is crazy. They characterized it as a symbol. Like, she's truly evil. These people are truly evil. They are truly evil. What is their motive to try to fool people? What is their motive? Why are you trying to fool the public into believing and gaslighting them that this is not a symbol? This is a symbol, or an attempt at one. But here we go. That was the reason why we did testing, was primarily for that tree. Listen. See, when they tell you, listen. I'm telling you now, when they tell you, you listen. That was the reason why we did testing, was primarily for that tree. Are you getting it now? And it was interesting. We had an idea as to what the defense's hypothesis was at the time. Oh, he's telling you, keep listening. They provided a manuscript of the crime scene. And I utilized that to say, okay, I see what the defense is doing. This is in the realm of possibilities. We should test. And whether the test is beneficial to the defense or the prosecution, did not matter to me, really. I would beg to differ. We tested it to seek the truth. I beg to differ. And again, we utilized my blood. I had a test subject who was the same height. We tried to make this as accurate as possible as Miss German. Bullshit. Some of the facts we knew at the time was that it was that the blood did belong to Miss German. So the investigative question was, what caused this apparent transfer on the tree? Whether it was painted on deliberately into a shape, or is it possible that it's merely just a fucking handprint? Well, based upon its height, its shape, its size, we theorized potentially a hand could have done that. And just like painting gives a transfer, but it would be a deliberate transfer into a certain shape. So we set up standards of testing, quote unquote. All right. We did a bunch of replications, and what we found was different portions of the hands. There were several factors that did not, or several areas that did not replicate that. But when we finally, the test subject instructed this person to basically hand facing the tree with the pinky finger or the blade side of the hand in upward position, it was part of the palm, the very edge of the palm, that created the exact same shape. Remember, 7 inches, 7 by 3.5, 7 inches by 3.5. And that was replicated several times, not the same volume, not of, let me see, not of the exact same shape, but the very similar size and shape. And there was, in that particular vertical portion of the L, if you would, there was an accumulation of blood, which is referred to as a flow pattern. So we know that there are other mechanisms that could have created this besides painting. What was most surprising, and I didn't expect this at the time, was as we attempted to paint like the test was, theorizing, we noticed it could have taken many applications to create the volume of blood and to create an entire upside down L. Oh, it's so much easier to create an upside down L like this than it is by actually just drawing it. And the only blood source volume was not the small accumulation near the tree, but we would have probably been for Miss German. It is possible that the assailant went back and forth to create this. I can't say no. However, it's highly unlikely when we can just take one voluminous amount of blood on a hand, a portion of the hand, and do it one more time, just one time. It's just not likely. And the other investigative question that at least we put to ourselves was, why would anybody go back and forth when the tree she's behind her next to, why not just put it right there, I mean, can you see what's going on here? It's mansplaining. He's basically mansplaining or copsplaining. Okay, what he's doing, he's copsplaining the state's theory that's going to provide you the alternative for what your own eyes will tell you, right? This was the whole purpose of Mr. Cicero. You see, copsplaining what your own eyes will tell you about this. He will be copsplaining about what your own eyes will tell you about this. You understand? And why? And why? Why? Why would the state need copsplaining about what your own eyes are telling you about this? I tell you, look, before I continue, let me speculate as to why. Because it's so important. You see, basically it comes down to this. You could not explain, the state could not at all. Okay, back it away. The state cannot whatsoever explain why Richard Allen would do this. You understand? Like, let me show you. The state cannot explain why Richard Allen would do this. That's why it's important. Because in order for this to be a painting, the state would have to be able to explain why would Richard Allen do this? You know, why would Richard Allen do this? Why would Richard Allen do this? Or this? You see? See, the state would have a lot of explaining to do because Richard Allen wouldn't do this. Richard Allen wouldn't do this. Richard Allen wouldn't do this. Okay? So it was crucial to have an explanation for why that would be found at the scene. And as I've said to you, it's very important to understand that every piece of this state's case is a necessary, strategic, perfectly placed piece of the chess game. Because without each of them, this entire case could not have come together. They needed Mauna Koala with the white van, right? And the confessions. So listen. They needed the confessions. They needed the white van. They needed Mauna Koala. They needed Cecil. They needed Kathy Shank. They needed Sarah Carbaugh. They needed Cicero. You see? Each strategic piece was absolutely essential to putting this piece together. Because each area needed an explanation. Without each of these strategically placed with their strategic pieces that they added to this scenario, you couldn't have railroaded Richard Allen. Like you couldn't have explained this. You see? So this is absolutely necessary to achieving this goal, is you had to have Cicero explain it away. He had to be able to explain it all away. And that's what he did. We'll go further. One thing that was talked about a lot at trial and ever since is the lack of offender DNA at the scene. As someone who has looked into many crime scenes, is that so unusual? Or is that perhaps a little bit more commonplace than people might expect? You see what she's doing? Okay. So here we're going to explain away. We're going to use him again for another explanation. It's not unusual to not find evidence such as DNA. DNA is invisible. It's not, hey, I'm here. I know that DNA is based upon what I know now. There were lots of emphasis upon why wouldn't there have been touch DNA or epithelial DNA. Keep in mind, we don't know what the suspect was wearing. Well, hold on. I thought he had on a blue Carhartt jacket and a little hattie and a little bundle. I thought he was bridge guy. Did he have gloves on? Lab people still have to try to find, enough of the skin cells at the scene. Don't get me wrong. Well, that's why they would have taken the sticks, bro. Yeah. You mentioned it was obviously an outdoor scene. Are there unique challenges with crime scenes outdoors? Let's explain away why our retards, our crime scene investigators were retards. Sure, yes. You have to deal with conditions. It's very difficult because it's outdoors. It totally explains all the failure in this case. Specific to this particular case, very difficult to get equipment up and down that damn ravine. I walked that ravine and tried to climb back up that ravine. It was very difficult. Now imagine trying to get evidence, equipment themselves, of course, the decedents up and down that hill. It's very difficult. That time of year, especially at night, so cold. The investigators had to deal with that. As I said, I believe they did an excellent job. Just A-OK. Especially some of the aerial photographs. They utilized the ladder. They had to bring in order to get that really good topographical downward photograph over the top of them. So yeah, very difficult. We talked about some aspects of the crime scene. Libby is unclothed, and it seems to have moved around a bit based on the blood stains. Miss Williams is clothed. Seemingly, when she's killed, it's not so much movement. It's not so much blood everywhere. Based on all what you were able to analyze with the blood tape, piece together. Obviously, there's aspects of this case we can never know. Yeah, it's interesting. I was asked about that as well. There's so many pieces of the puzzle that we don't know. Sound like Doug Farter. Okay. Sometimes I compare crime scene investigations to like a 500-piece puzzle, but we don't get the opportunity to look at the box. It's Doug Carter. It's Doug Carter all over again. You've been hanging around with the wrong people, young man. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. My name's Kev. All right, sorry guys, I'm trying to stay fueled. Sorry for being annoying. I'm trying to keep going. All right. I'm getting my second win. There's so much more. All right, here we go. So Cicero says, right, I always cheat and use the box. There are many times when I don't have the box and many of the pieces aren't there. So then I'll put it together. And that's what the public wants. And I understand. When we are doing the reconstruction and we have to take factual data and do the best we can to put it in context to what occurred, there are some things that we can infer that are logical inferences. When I compare it to Kevo, you being an attorney, allegedly, quote unquote, sometimes the closing arguments, we try to explain, we can infer certain things. For example, a fresh snowfall, and we see tracks in the snow, but we didn't see the animal. So how can you say an animal was there because you didn't see it? Well, we can infer it because the tracks are there. Same thing with rain. It must be raining outside. There's three people with umbrellas and they're wet. Well, I didn't see it rain, but they came in with umbrellas. So we can do these inferences based upon logic. Okay. The objective data is we know that this gentleman, the suspect, Mr. Allen, had met those girls. What? What? No, you didn't. You don't know that Allen met those girls. Like this is how insane this is. We knew that this gentleman, the suspect, Mr. Allen, had met these girls. What? There's an audio recording of it down the hill. What? We knew that the most logical location that would have been across that river and would have been a very shallow at the time, looking at the photographs. What? You guys don't think a lot, do you? You guys don't think very much. Like that there's absolutely no thought going into this. There's a replication or repeating of a certain narrative, and that's all. That's all you got. That's why we call it the fairy tale narrative, the storybook. It's a fantasy world. All right. Let me I see this is the point where I get so insanely mad that I just want to stop reading it. And okay, it's going to be tough to get through this. From there, right? From a stupid, so he says that's objective data. Okay, the objective data, yeah, from the stupid assumption you just made. He says there have to be some inferences from there as to what occurs. We know there's a gun in place. How do you know that? That's data, right? No, because we have a cartridge, unspent cartridge. Yeah, but you guys are freaking morons. Okay. We know that the girls were at some point undressed. Yeah, oddly enough, you admit that. So that's one thing that we actually can all agree that is known. At some point, both of those girls were nude. That's agreed. That's agreed upon. Now, the one question that I was asked was, were they both completely undressed? And I can't answer that. One, yes. The other one, at least the bottom portion of her was undressed. The two brasiers, the shirt, could have been on her at the time. I can't say as to who may have inflicted with injury first, or who may have been inflicted with injury first. But there's evidence to show as to where the girls were located when they undressed, based upon the items that were located underneath Miss Williams, such as the phone, and I believe a shoe or sock or something like that. So inferences can be made that they undressed there and the clothes were moved later. No, you can't. This is stupid. This is like sheer insanity that you guys make these sort of assumptions about the murders of two little girls, man. It's insane. Why Miss Williams is wearing Miss German's clothing, I don't know. Well, how do you even know that? Because even that, which should be a simple fact, doesn't make sense. Because for years, they described Miss German as wearing other clothing. So how can we even believe at this point it's as simple as that she's wearing Miss German's clothing? But we can make a conclusion that she's wearing the clothes, at least the top part of her clothing, at the time in which the injury was inflicted to her. There's no blood anywhere else on the scene except for Miss German's at other locations. Miss Williams' blood is right there where she's located. So the inferences can be made that she is where she's passed. No, no, you can't even make that inference. I would say the inference you can make is she is where she was cut, but you can't make the inference that she is passed because she's cut at that spot. You see, there's a difference. She may have been already passed when she was laid in that spot and then cut. There's so many things wrong with this. At what time and when, the sequence in which Miss German is at a different location where the bloodstains are observed to her final location, it's an obvious indication that something occurred from where they undressed to where Miss German's bloodshed occurred. So that shows step 1, step 2, step 3, and it's actually common sense when you actually break it down and put it together for the jury in the court. But again, there's so many things that we don't know. I agree to that. We can go to utilize information from the forensic pathologist as to how long it would take somebody to pass. The main question was, who passed first? I don't know. There's so much information we just don't know about that. Here we go with the gaslight that only Mr. Allen, who's been convicted, can provide. Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously, obviously, this is highly subjective, but I think one thing that was most disturbing for me hearing your testimony and other testimonies at trial was just like, it doesn't feel like whatever horror they sustained was brief, because there's obviously the abduction component, and then what happened in the sort of, I don't know, the shallow indentation where they were murdered. It just seemed like it was more drawn out than maybe I guess I had anticipated in my own mind, just without knowing that much beforehand. I'm curious, Obviously, with this case, it's a very high profile case. It's a high profile trial. How do you prepare for a trial and make sure you're ready to go and sort of deal with the stress of all that? I'm not the most experienced bloodstain person. I look at, again, Tom Bevels, the Ross Gardner, Pauline Sutton, the real big experts in this field. Humbly, I think I've been doing this long enough, seen enough crime scene photos, and that something's that's got to get done. I don't really think about it. My sincere condolences to this family. And, it's a really horrific scene. Hey, hold on. I thought you were the expert. I thought you were 28 years in. You attended conferences. You teach classes. Yeah, I thought you were the expert. I thought, didn't we spend the whole 7 pages? The whole first episode was about your your credibility and your expertise and your why everyone should find you credible and as an expert in the field. I've testified enough that I've had my mistakes and errors, and through trial and error, you just got to get it done. You got to put emotion to the side, and I cannot. I'll be lying to you if I didn't have some degree of apathy or callousness to seeing these things, especially in my time at the research facility, seeing death. I just consider this a privilege to try to provide some answers as to what occurred. So I think of it like that. I can't say enough. My family's had to deal with maybe my idiosyncrasies and my lack of talking about things. Just being here. Whoops. Oh my gosh, I missed it. I lost my spot. I'm a goofball. Um, it's not my comfortable spot, but I'm honored to be a part of it and to work with the Indiana State Police, almost like a testament to my career as to what Dean Marks and all the other officers I've worked with and the trainers and I've received is that we're going to continue to try and provide answers in what we do. Okay. So then he goes on and on, blah, 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 blah. They talk about themselves some more. They talk about themselves some more, blah, 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 blah. But look at the bottom. It says, um, can you tell us? Anya alluded to the tear. Can you tell us about the tear? Yeah, it was something that we work with in training is talking about dilution. Okay, look, I'm at the bottom of the page. I skipped a lot. Dilution of blood, there's a certain appearance to it. It's lighter in color. In this case, standing firm, I believe it was the right eye. Now listen up. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I got to get back. Getting back to to this project here. Debunking Cicero. Down at the bottom. It was down, it was the right eye, okay, the right eye, down towards the ear. There was no injury to the right ear or that side of her face. It was a diluted blood stain. And as you know, of course, we make sure that all of our opinions are peer reviewed. Oh, because that really matters. That really matters in this. Yeah, right, right. Peer reviewed. So believe me, so it's worth something here. And so, it was accurate that one stain that we observed around the eye appeared diluted. What would cause that? Well, you have to again go into the realm of crime scene reconstruction. What are the potential possibilities? Rain, a random drop of moisture from, humidity on a branch. I don't know. I don't know if it was a tear, but I have seen this before. We've got dilution associated with blood on the face. And so, absent of rain, absent of any kind of moisture, this would be consistent with a tear. And it's based upon my own experience and observation of dilution. It's easy to look at this case and say this happened, that happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. And I think it's important to understand it's not like any of these girls are happy when all this is happening. You were talking about a 14-year-old and at least 13-year-old girl, a gentleman. I say a gentleman again. Sorry, it appears by all evidence that he had a firearm with him. And, the Miss German had injuries that she succumbed to. And when those injuries happen, and if they're all injuries happen at the same time or at intervals, we don't know, but it's not like she's having a good time. This is something that, we could probably expect her to be yelling, crying, screaming as a 14-year-old girl, and as a gentleman is inflicting injury. This was more likely terrifying for both girls, obviously. So the observance of what appears to be a diluted bloodstain flow pattern from one eye to the ear would be very common. Would be very probably common. So that's what we've observed, and that's just being factual and objective to what the evidence shows, not to add emotion to it. No, but that's what we had. But it definitely, paints a picture of what happened to them. That's just horrifying. Well, I was very struck by what a respectful, eloquent witness you were. And I'm just another silly question. So here's what they tried to do, okay? Remember what they did. Remember what Nicholas McClelland did in his closing statement to these jurors, how he traumatized them again with the autopsy photos and the brutal photos. So what he made sure to do, he told them the sob story. He told them about the tear, right? The tear, speculating, okay, the complete emotional gaslighting and traumatizing of these jurors is what they did, okay? Because they've done for 7 years, they had to totally exercise a coordinated PR campaign to emotionally traumatize the world about the murders of these two girls and to blame it on a phantasm of a bridge guy. And now they were able to make Richard Allen bridge guy. And then they emotionalize you by showing you the brutal autopsy and crime scene photos of these dead girls. And then they gaslight you with saying that they were experiencing fear and tears. And there's a blood-stained tear on Libby. So you need to prosecute. You need to convict. You need to find guilty Mr. Richard Allen.
How are you able to convey these emotional and sometimes very complicated concepts to a jury in a way that they can grasp it?
I think it's through the repetitive nature of what I've done over the years. You know, some of the training we receive being factual, not providing anything more to answer. I think saying a tier is providing something more. Come on, man. Let's just be real. Like you've already said, you were there to provide an alternative explanation to the defense's theory. You've clearly stated that. Okay? You've clearly stated that's why you're there. So let's not bullshit about what your job is here. And it's the jury that I'm talking to. The court can hear me. See, that's why you say tier, because the jury can hear that and it's going to fuck them up. I'm trying to make it simple. I could use big words all the time, and that's not the goal that's impressed them with me. It's to try to provide the most accurate, simple explanation and the best explanation, according to the state, as to what happened, occurred, and to just be attentive to how I'm doing or how any person who's testifying is doing it. It's nerve-wracking being up there, truthfully. I didn't even see, I'm so focused on Mr. Luttrell's questions, and of course the defense's questions, and talking to the jury that I don't even remember seeing Mr. Allen. I was so focused on doing my job and being accurate, you know, and thinking about this and what I really spoke about and what I documented. This is how I'm going to testify, and not saying anything different than I already spoke about. Ooh, that hits. That hits different. You don't want to contradict yourself. Right. So it's just a matter of getting used to it. And so many young detectives and crime scene investigators I work with, they're just, you know, very nervous. And I understand I was that way too. But in time, you know, you learn this is just one part of the process, and you're actually getting the opportunity to explain it to, you know, laymen, if you will, the jurors. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Last page.
Is there anything that stands out to you or you think you'll sort of take away from this case?
To answer the question, is we and I find it astounding. When I reviewed the crime scene narrative from the defense and the subjectivity and inferences and conclusions they made compared to what the prosecution and my role is, where I cannot do that. I can't create something that's not there or make up a story because it fits their narrative. Everything has to be factual and based upon things I've identified. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so in other words, sir, you can't allow facts to speak for themselves. Like, what is this? What are these right angles? Remember, 7 inches by 3.5 inches. What are these right angles? Oh, this is a handprint? Okay, yeah, right. I see. Oh, and this is not a tableau. This is not a tableau. This is random. This is random. Okay. This is not something you'd want to take pictures of that include at least 3 non-secular signatures. Okay. All right. Yeah. And these are not right angles. Right. And these are not right angles. Right. This is not that's not a sawed off end of one of those sticks. Right. And this is not a posing of a body that just coincidentally happens to match Libby. Right. Coincidentally, identically matching. Okay. Oh, and let's look at Abby then. Let's talk about Abby. Look at Abby. Oh, just coincidentally, Abby also has a match in the tarot deck. Yeah, it's that one. Coincidentally. Really. You can't. Yeah, I mean, and coincidentally, Brad Holder did this. Coincidentally. Right?
right? Because I'd love to show you the real things, but all the troll farm would raise hell. They'd throw a fit if I showed you the real photos, right? But you can find them for yourselves, which I suggest you do. All right. So there's more and more and more and more and more. Okay. So there's more and more and more, and we're gonna move ahead because there's even more. Like this isn't even close to over. Okay, it's not even close. Like that's what I'm saying. This is not even close. All right. So like I said, Mr. Cicero has been making the PR rounds. Okay, he's been making the PR rounds. You got to understand. The prosecution or the state has chosen to send out some of its representatives to go ahead after this conviction, after the sentencing, to push this narrative, shove this narrative down your throats, to try to explain themselves to the general public. And this is what they're doing. Okay. So Mr. Cicero is one of the representatives, along with Holman, along with McClellan, along with Lesenby. Okay, they're going around and pushing this narrative. And so let's check this out. This will be interesting. Okay, thank you for the super chatters. We got It's a New Day, JT, Rebecca N 1965, and Heather Brown. Thank you for the super chatting. And thank you everyone else for hitting that thumbs up. And if you're lurking, thank you for joining the chat. Okay, you guys be nice. Be nice. Thank you for supporting. Hit that thumbs up and let's look at this. Okay, this is important. So as you see, a week ago, last week, Mr. Cicero had to make the Amy Graham McCarty rounds at the Carroll County Comet. Okay. Blood spatter expert explains placement of sticks. You see, you always have to pay attention to every single word. Look, nothing is by accident. Okay, please. Nothing's by accident. Nothing. Understand how people work. You guys have to be subtle. You have to be sensitive to everything that happens. Like I said, the fact that the state actors are making the PR rounds, you know what I mean? Holman, Lesenby, McClellan, all right? Cicero, there's a reason. Okay, so pay attention to what they're doing. This is not just for nothing. This is not by chance. Blood spatter expert explains placement of sticks in Delphi double murder. Whoa. They're telling, like they're screaming from the rooftops. They're screaming from the rooftops as to what they're doing. All you have to do is pay attention to what they're telling you. Thank you, Mark. Where is he? Mark Ellis. Thank you, Mark Ellis. Mark Ellis sponsoring tonight's show, everybody. Thank you so much, Mark. All right. Thank you, Mark. Now, 7 years later, and like I said, you have to be sensitive. It helps for empaths to do this work, okay? Because empaths can be extremely sensitive to what's being done to them, right? So, notice the gaslight and notice the manipulation, okay? 7 years later, blood spatter expert explains placement of sticks. Pictures of the girls, okay? So what does this do? Okay, this strikes you in the heart, right? This hits you in the feels. This is to get your heart. This is the trigger. to trigger you. Blood spatter expert. Expert is chosen for a reason. Explains placement of sticks is chosen for a reason. 7 years later is chosen for a reason. Now, let's pay attention. Let's pay attention. Let's see. I'm going to remove this banner so we can see. There. 7 years after Abigail Williams and Liberty German were killed, Pat Cicero visited the crime scene to determine what happened to the Carroll County teens. One of his conclusions: sticks were placed on the left side of the girls' bodies to conceal them from being seen by anyone on the opposite side of the bank. You see? Do you see? Okay, so why are sticks? So everyone in the back, you guys in the back, why were sticks placed on the bodies of Abby and Libby? To conceal them from somebody on the other side of the bank. Oops. Does that seem right? Does that smell right? You can't make this shit up. No, you can't. But see, what 7 years later, so that's, don't worry that it's 7 years later he never visited the crime scene. He's an expert explaining the placement. Here's your gaslight emotionally to get you emotionally invested, and now you're going to believe what we're about to tell you. Cicero, a major with the LaPorte County Sheriff's Office and a blood stain pattern analyst, said he was contacted by Indiana State Police Sergeant Jason Page, a crime scene investigator working the case, to perform an analysis of blood pattern stains from the crime scene. Cicero spoke to Carroll County Deputy Prosecutor Jim Luttrell Jr. in late February, early March of 2024. He said, right, and remember what he said. He said Luttrell asked him to come up with an alternate explanation for the marking on the tree. I traveled to Carroll County and met with the prosecutors with an S. They provided me with a basic synopsis of the case and provided me with the evidence I needed to do my job. Cicero said once a gag order was lifted on the case, my focus was blood stain pattern analysis. A 25-year law enforcement veteran, this goes to establishing credibility. Cicero has spent 20 years focusing on criminal investigations, forensics, and training new investigators. He specializes in instructing crime scene investigators in the investigative approach and the management of crime scenes, and has been recognized as a forensic expert with bloodstain pattern analysis. In addition to his employment with the LaPorte County Sheriff's Office, he is an adjunct instructor with the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, where he teaches crime scene investigators the investigative approach and collections of entomological evidence. His work on the Delphi double murders is common to provide a reconstruction model of what occurred at the crime scene using the blood stains, he said. Cicero made his determinations on blood found at the crime scene based on reviewing files from ISP-CSI's photographs, lab reports, and autopsy photos, and by visiting the crime scene on February 12th, 2024. Wait, I thought it was April. Okay. So before I continue, because remember, this is a debunking, we have to carefully talk about every piece because we're not trying to push narrative. We're not trying to just glaze on over everything. We're trying to specifically look at everything that's presented, address it, debunk it with logic and critical thinking, and then move on. Okay, so let's get back. Remember what he said, that he was asked to provide an alternative explanation for that marking on the tree, meaning, okay, that marking on the tree is important, and that's why I'm going to continuously show it, okay, throughout this episode. You see, this is important. This is important. This was so important that they had to call in Cicero as an expert to debunk it. You know, they had their attempt was to debunk that this was an intentional painting in Libby's blood, which I believe it is. Remember, it's 4 feet off the ground. It's on the northeast side of the tree. It's 7 inches in the vertical, 3.4 inches in the horizontal. It's absolutely perfectly straight for 7 inches. There's at least one absolutely perfect 45-degree angle, possibly 2 or 3. Okay? This is supposed to be a handprint? Are you kidding me? They had to call in this guy to try to debunk it, and the best he could come up with is it's a handprint. Remember, the first, okay, so let me bring you back about a year or two. What's the first thing? Let me ask you in the chat, and I'll watch the chat, okay? Hey, chat. Who remembers what the first narrative was to try to explain this? Can someone in the chat say, do you remember the young lady who first came out on her media outlet and what she said this was? Because first they tried to spread a narrative through their friendly media personalities. So what did our friendly media personality first say about this? Let's see who remembers. I vividly remember. Because it was quickly picked up by Douche Intuition. Okay, Douche Crew very quickly picked this up, created a graphic, and also tried to perpetuate a certain narrative. Who remembers? Yes, yes. Do you remember who it was by? See, I'm not trying to go after everyone out here in the world. I'm not going to name every name and attack people. I don't do attacks. But yeah, what they tried to say is that it was literal splatter or spatter, or I don't know, you know, it was like a casting off, as if it squirted out of someone's neck or off of a hand or off of a blood. Okay? Off of a weapon. They tried to make it seem like it wasn't how would I say? Because one of your YouTubers went ahead and made a graphic of it. I could show you here, and I have it saved in my photos. He made a graphic of spots. Remember, there were graphics of spots, and even on some of the television, they had made graphics of spots of blood forming this shape, okay? Well, when they saw that wasn't going to fly because people could clearly see, remember, this had been leaked. Okay, this had been leaked. This had been leaked, and when this was leaked, people could instantly see that these weren't spots of blood, right? So people said, "Nah, those ain't spots of blood." So another alternative explanation was needed because the litmus was out, and it was sensed that this would not work. Okay, saying that these were splatters or spots of blood that were drippings. Once they figured that wasn't going to work. Okay, that's when they called it. Think of the timeline. They did not call in Mr. Cicero until they realized this shit wasn't going to fly. Okay, that's when they found this guy. Okay, look at him. They found this guy. Right? So they found this guy, and he was tasked by Mr. Luttrell. And go look into his history. Okay, look into Mr. Luttrell's history. He was tasked, this guy right here, with providing an alternative explanation for someone drawing this shape on a tree. And remember, the troll farm has consistently tried to make you believe that it's all about F versus upside down L. Right? It's not about L versus F. I don't care what the actual intention was. Like we will never be able to determine that. That only matters if you think the intent was to make some sort of rune that resembles an F. So let's remove that from our memory, or wipe it from our memory. We're not interested in making this into a rune that is pre-existent. We don't care about that. We're just caring to understand, is this an intentional shape drawn with a finger, or is this an unintentional shape that's a result of splatter or some sort of transfer from a handprint? That's what we're interested in. And it was so important that they had to bring in this guy, because remember, you could not explain Richard Allen doing that. There would be no explanation as to why Richard Allen would draw a shape on this tree. So they found this guy. And notice, okay, I told you, y'all, you have to be sensitive to the things that are put across. This involves sensitivity, okay? Sensitivity means you notice things like this. Look at the photo chosen for this guy. Okay, what does this photo say? There's a smile, there's a uniform, there's a flag, there's a badge, clean shaven. You get it? And you'll notice this pattern. There's always a smile, there's always a suit, a uniform, a good lighting, this sort of thing. Now look at this though. What photograph is chosen for this individual? Look at here. Unclean, incarcerated, mugshot, looking disturbed, not his best. It's not the photo from his wedding or anything. No, they chose the absolute most criminalizing photograph they could possibly use for him. So you see, when these are put together, they're put together strategically. You see the difference? You see? Credibility, cleanliness, authority versus dirty criminal with a weird look in his eyes. You see? That's just how they paint things. Now, it gets worse. It gets worse. I promise you. You remember how my mantra here is, it always gets worse. It always gets worse. I hate to laugh about it, but it always gets worse until we finish these shows. The shows never get better. You know, the information never becomes better information that's more encouraging. It always gets worse. So here we go. This information, or the information Cicero gleaned through his analysis, showed the location where Richard Allen, the man convicted and sentenced to killing Abigail Williams and Liberty German, attacked the girls. Libby, Cicero testified in court, likely cried after sustaining wounds to her neck. You see? You see, this is not for nothing. Every word, this is an author who's writing this. This is not just someone talking in the back of their house smoking a cigarette on a day off. Libby, Cicero testified in court, likely cried after sustaining wounds to her neck. Cicero noted a streak of moisture and blood running from the corner of the young girl's eye to her ear. He said, in the absence of rain, a tear was the most likely explanation. All right, you see? So understand what they're doing. This is your Carroll County Comet. This is your PR tour that the state actors are embarking upon in the past few weeks. 7 years later, visiting a crime scene after the fact is not uncommon. Therefore, believe me, Cicero said. A lot of time we are not allowed to visit because of the property owner. I worked cases much longer than 7 years after the crime was committed. I worked on a case in Lake County that was a cold case from the 80s. In this particular case, it was in my request that I see the scene. It is referred to as remote analysis, and this can be done because of the nature of blood. Blood is a fluid. It reacts in a repeated and measurable manner when force is applied to it. It has not changed since Homo sapiens and mammals have walked this planet. It has been studied for hundreds of years. So yes, the crime scene was different 7 years later. It was to look at the crime scene. No, I'm sorry. My role was not to look at the crime scene for 7 years later. It was to look at the crime scene for spatial relationships. Seeing the topography was important, he said. I was able to view the spatial relationships, especially between the small tree, where there were blood stains, and where the ladies were located, he said. The elevation changes at the crime scene, and seeing the scene in the aspect of being able to view the opposite side of the riverbank without any type of leaves, as it were, during the incident 7 years prior, it was very helpful for me to see that. Cicero said, seeing the crime scene allowed him to conclude that the sticks found on the bodies of the girls were used to camouflage the bodies, not as runes. Whoa, you guys catch that? Because they hit it again. It wasn't good enough to do it on page 1. Okay, remember, they did it at the title of the article. They did it at the beginning of the article. And now we're reiterating, midway, reiterating. Seeing the crime scene allowed him to conclude that the sticks found on the bodies were used to camouflage the bodies. An entire 3% of the bodies were covered, he admitted to. He admitted that a mere 3% of the bodies were covered. But keep in mind, what do they make sure to put in this article? Used to camouflage the bodies and not as runes. Remember, every word matters. Every word matters. Don't be stupid. Okay? Every word matters. And not as runes. That phrase is put in to that sentence for a reason. Come on, man. The defense tried to introduce third-party suspects during the trial, claiming the men practiced azatru, a Norse pagan religion, and the murders of Abby and Libby were ritualist killings. I was asked several times by both the defense and prosecution concerning why I believe the limbs were placed the way they were, he said. As I testified, it is my belief it was to conceal the girls from the opposite side of the bank. If you look at the limbs, the vast majority are covering the left sides of the girls. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. Leftish side of the girls. Look at it. And you're saying that's to conceal them from the opposite side of the bank? Why not just use the million fucking leaves? Okay, you had a million leaves. You could have concealed those body widths. There was no concealing of the bodies. Like, can we be real here? Look, let me remove this. Can we have a moment of honesty here among normal people? There was no attempt to conceal the bodies. This is no attempt to conceal the bodies. Any normal person attempting to conceal bodies, there's a million leaves. It would have been as simple as scoop up the million of leaves over top the girls' bodies. They would have been concealed. Walking the crime scene provided Cicero with a complete understanding of the location of blood pattern stains and how they happened. With photographs, the depth of field is difficult to determine, he said. Something I noted was the slight elevation change where Abby and Libby were located compared to the small tree with the blood stain on it. The girls were almost in a little depression. It was not a great drop, but you can't really see with the photographs too well. That is something with two-dimensional photographs that you lose is depth of field of elevation. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The L tree. The defense also referenced a small tree from the crime scene that they said had an F written in blood on it. The letter, they said, was a rune. Cicero said he believes it is an upside down L. Okay. Makes no difference. During the trial, Cicero said that the tree is where he believes Libby sustained one, if not all, of her injuries. That's important. That's important. Because what if they are marking the site of Libby's murder? What if that's why they marked that tree? What if they did kill Libby there and then marked the tree? From there, he testified she was likely dragged to another location before being moved to her final resting spot. Something like that. Initially, I didn't disagree that it looked like an F. Ah, listen to that. Middle of the page here. Initially, I didn't disagree that it looked like an F. But when you really look at the photographs and when the state police added a chemical leucocrystal that stains only blood, it was no longer an F. It looked like an upside down L with a transfer stain. He said there was a different coloration to the tree bark that people would see that looks like an F. I still to this day don't know anything about runes. I was just determining what was the mechanism or how that stain was created. No, 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 sir. No, you've already admitted you were there to provide an alternative explanation as to how that marking may have been placed. Let's be real. Let's be real. Because we don't want to lie now. We don't want to misrepresent. You were there to provide an alternative to the painting of a symbol on the tree. And that's what you did. The blood, Cicero testified, he believed was placed on the tree by Libby's hand. Yes, that's the alternative explanation that Luttrell asked you to provide. And I'm sure McClellan was in that conversation too. The best explanation, you mean the one that suits McClellan and Luttrell the best, is that it was a transfer stain. How a transfer stain got there will always be unknown unless Richard Allen comes forward. Ah, isn't that funny? Do you see? You see the subtlety there? That's, of course, making him guilty and making him knowledgeable about what actually happened at the crime scene. That was a subtle move there. Most people would have missed that. But the best explanation is what source could have done that. And we know that the blood source was Liberty German. Yeah, you know it was her blood. And the stain was luminous enough that if you looked at her hands, she had enough dry blood on her hand that a portion of her palm could have created that. Analysis. In contrast, Cicero said Abby's body displayed fewer blood stains than Libby's. In my analysis of the photographs and the clothing itself, we would expect to see blood on the hands or sleeves of Abby's clothing, and neither was observed. He said there could be several different reasons why, and one was that she was unconscious. See, that speaks louder than you might imagine. We'll be getting back to that. I don't know if that was the case. She could have been bound, or the last explanation is that she was restrained from allowing her hands to touch that area. Those seem to be the three best explanations. But unless, he does it again, Richard Allen says, we will never know. Well, who says Richard Allen knows, sir? Who says that Richard Allen even knows? You know who knows? The killers. Group effort. Oh, here we come with some truth being told. Some truth being told, and it's some nasty truth. It's some bitter truth. The bitter truth of it. Cicero said it was a group effort to bring justice for Abby and Libby, quote unquote. I will say this until the day I die. It was definitely a team effort. Oh, we agree with you, buddy. And the state police did the brunt of all the work out there, so kudos to them. Oh, believe me. My personal belief is that the ISP did an excellent job of providing me with what I needed to render my work. Oh, ISP is just 100,000% amazing, just like you said. It was tough, my role. And even the gentlemen and ladies with the ISP and Carroll County Sheriff's Office, we may not think about it, but at the end of the day, it is about the truth, and we are seekers of the truth. Believe us, is what that means. Now, notice before we dispatch this trash article, notice, I want you to look closely at these photos here, these articles here. Related stories by the Carroll County Comet. Cleared. Carroll County prosecutor Nicholas McClellan spoke to the Carroll County Comet Friday. Holman, we're never going to give up. Following is an in-depth interview with ISP Lieutenant Jerry Holman. Holman, right? Then you've got Lesenby. See, I'll tell you what you don't have. You don't have Andy Baldwin speaks about the problems with the case against Richard Allen. You don't see that article, do you? Jennifer Auger describes her work as a member of the defense counsel for Richard Allen. Oh, you don't see that, do you? Brad Rossi details his experience and thoughts on the case against Richard Allen. The defense team lays out their opinions on the problems with the prosecution of Richard Allen, the omission of third-party evidence, and the refusal of Judge Gull to accept the work product of Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, and Todd Click. Yeah? No, you don't see that. Almost done, guys. Sorry for the amount of time this takes. Got one more. Let's see. Okay, got two more actually. Sorry, two more. Yeah, maybe I should do it like that. Maybe I should do it like that. Okay, I'll do two more. There's two more. Oh, why won't that one load? It's gonna screw me over. Let's see. Let's see. I see. Well, I'll have to just read this one for you. Okay, I'll just read this one for you. That's the way I'll handle it. So this one to read for you. Let's see. This is wishtv.com, and this is Wish TV's coverage of Cicero's testimony in trial. Pat Cicero, LaPorte County Sheriff's Major with CSI experience, returned to the stand. State prosecutor James Luttrell began by questioning Cicero about his conclusions about the crime scene and specific details about the bodies. Cicero told the jury he believed Abby Williams was killed while wearing the clothes she was found in, and said he wasn't surprised that investigators didn't find predation on the bodies given the climate and temperature on February 13, 2017. He added that he believed at least one person killed the girls. No shit. But couldn't rule out that there may have been more involved. All right. Defense attorney Jennifer Auger asked Cicero about his conclusions on blood found at the scene, asking him to explain how the blood could have transferred to where it did. Auger asked if the girls could have been lifted, and Cicero said not necessarily, including that her body could have been turned. He mentioned in earlier testimony that Libby's body may have been moved or dragged after her death. He confirmed to the court, though, that at some point Libby German's neck was above her head. Auger noted that it would have been highly appropriate to document any drag marks found at the scene in February of 2017. Auger asked Cicero if in all of the photographic evidence he reviewed, could anything link Richard Allen to the murders of Abby and Libby? Cicero said no. Luttrell redirected, to which Cicero explained that Libby's arm could have been used to pull her body, and her head would fall back consequently, and that would explain the positioning of the arm. Luttrell was then asked if sexual assault could occur without leaving DNA, and if Libby's injuries were inflicted at the same time. Cicero said yes to the first question and said the injuries would have been inflicted at different times. Auger jumped in, remarking that Cicero had no idea how that blood transfer got on the tree. No, said Cicero. Could there have been other methods? Yes. You can't rule that out that Abby and Libby were killed at the same time, Auger asked. No, I can't. Okay, so you see what Auger managed to do. Auger managed to establish that you can't rule out either the time of the killing or the proximity of each killings to each other, and you can't rule out that it was painted on the tree. So you see what Auger did there was she totally nullified his basic what he brought to the table. I hope that's clear to everyone that she did accomplish that. Now, what effect did that have on the jury? We don't know, but we know what she got. Like, she is so excellent. What she got him to admit to is that he could not determine in one way or the other about SA. He could not determine in one way or the other about time of death, and he could not determine in one way or the other about that marking on the tree. So she really did do an amazing, penetrating job of wrecking his arguments. So congratulations on Jennifer for that. Okay, and we got the last piece here, which I'm not sure if it has even loaded yet or not. Did it not load? Here we go. Okay, so what is this, Prof? Well, this right here, it's called briefing. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wrong. Pardon. I guess I'm ready to finish this show. I'm a little tired. My throat's going. I'm trying to grab it. Come on, man. I got a glitching computer. Oh, come on. You're killing me here. Come on. Well, I'll just read it here. It says, pardon. Okay, it says memorandum of law in support of admission of evidence of alternative theories of the crime and third party perpetrators. All right. Everyone see that? Hopefully so. Hopefully so. This is from August 15, 2024. August 15. We're going to skip ahead. Right here. Just a moment. Wow, I'm so thirsty. You just don't know. You just don't know. Okay. We're going to start here and we're going to go for several pages. Look, Dr. Perlmutter testified that the murderers or the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German meet all of the elements of a ritualistic killing and was a textbook ritualistic killing. The elements of a ritualistic killing include 1. The location of the crime. Dr. Perlmutter testified that Odinism and Asatru are nature-based ideologies. These murders took place outdoors in a clearing in a wooded area near a body of water. Dr. Perlmutter testified that in Odinism and Asatru, clearings can be the location of a sacred circle where rituals and sacrifices take place. She further testified that it is important that the murders took place near a body of water, as water is often used for purification prior to rituals or sacrifices. Date of death. Dr. Perlmutter testified that often rituals and sacrifices take place on important dates. She testified that Valley's Blot is a sacrificial feast day honoring Odin's son Valles. This begins at sundown on February 13th. Do you think that's a coincidence? And ends at sunup on February 14th. Liberty German and Abigail Williams disappeared on February 13th, 2017, and were found on February 14th, 2017. Yeah, and just as an aside, also note their names. Liberty German, Abigail Williams. I've covered that extensively before. Potentially meaningful. Cause of death, number 3. Dr. Perlmutter testified that ritualistic crimes are most often committed by sharp force injury to the neck. Do you think that's a coincidence? And that the slitting the throat is indicative of sacrifice and an initiation ritual. Both girls were killed in this manner. Yes, and you should also know that several individuals, including Elvis Fields and Megan Allen, claim that they were initiated on this very day this very time, this very place. Murder weapon. Dr. Perlmutter testified that the ritualistic crimes are often committed with ceremonial knives. The weapon used to kill the girls was a knife. 5. Symbols at the crime scene. Dr. Perlmutter testified in ritualistic killings, symbols, including runes, are often left at the crime scene. In this instance, there is what can be interpreted as a Lagus rune painted or transferred to a tree. With Liberty German's blood, this tree is located near the area where the girls' bodies were ultimately found on the edge of the clearing. And remember, according to Mr. Cicero himself, that tree was the location that Liberty German was killed. Additionally, Dr. Perlmutter testified that the sticks and branches laid on the bodies appeared deliberately and intentionally placed in particular arrangements which would have meaning to the individuals committing the crime. FBI Special Agent Nicole Robertson testified that when she was searching the home of Ron Logan, she was looking for evidence of runes and anything Nordic due to the placement of sticks on the girls' bodies. Deputy Nicole Robertson, page 75. The emails between FBI and State Police Superintendent Doug Carter all provide evidence of the belief by law enforcement that the evidence left behind at the crime scene, including sticks found on the girls, supported the possibility that the killers were Norse paganists. Excuse me? So even Doug Carter knew this? Body disposition. Dr. Perlmutter testified that in ritualistic killings, bodies are often moved and positioned in a fashion that is not a counterforensic measure. In other words, that the bodies are moved and positioned in a manner not consistent with someone who is trying to conceal the bodies. She further testified that bodies are often positioned to include the arrangement of natural objects. In paragraph 6 of her affidavit for probable cause, for the search warrant for the home of Ron Logan, FBI Special Agent Nicole Robertson testified that it was her belief that Liberty German and Abigail Williams' bodies had been moved and staged. And here we go. Major Cicero of the LaPorte County Sheriff's Department also testified at the hearing that Liberty German's body was drug around the crime scene and that Abigail Williams was moved from side to side. Additionally, it is evident from the crime scene photo identified as Exhibit FF that sticks and branches were deliberately and intentionally arranged on the bodies. Major Cicero testified that the sticks and branches maybe covered 3% of the girls' bodies. He further testified that there were many leaves and sticks in the areas which could have been used to conceal the bodies if that wasn't the intent of the killers. Atypical blood pattern. Finally, Ms. Perlmutter testified that there is often atypical blood patterns identified in ritualistic killings. She identified the blood pattern on Liberty German's face as an atypical blood pattern. This abnormal blood pattern on Liberty German's face was also identified by Major Cicero. Mr. Allen has a right pursuant to the 6th and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution and Article 1, Section 12 of the Indiana Constitution to present evidence describing the area where the bodies were found, the manner in which they were found, and to provide explanation for said description. He further has the right to present evidence following therefrom that the individuals who killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German were followers of Asatru and Odinism, or at least had knowledge, and that the murders were part of a ritualistic sacrifice, or at least made to look. Tell me what, you can't make this shit up. Mr. Allen has a fundamental right under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, and under the Confrontation Clause of the 6th Amendment, and under Article 1, Section 13 of the Indiana Constitution, to call law enforcement officers as witnesses to cross-examine regarding these third-party suspects. So what's wrong with our judge? Question for you out there. What's wrong with our judge not allowing normal due process of law here? All right. In this case, members of Unified Command failed to follow up on the leads and investigations of Assistant Police Chief Todd Click and Indiana State Police Detective Kevin Murphy, such as the failure to perform an extraction of Brad Holder's phone, failure to investigate the alibi of Patrick Westfall or Elvis Fields, and the failure to seek warrants to search the homes of those individuals. Unified Command did not consider any fact that did not fall until their preordained idea, timeline, theory, concept, lone wolf BS, blah, 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 blah. You see? Let me see if I can find this particular piece I'm looking for. Well, probably lost it. Well, I'm not that concerned about. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's gonna. No, I'm not that concerned about it. Okay, it's this one. Oh yeah. Brad Holder believes in the power of magic and blood as it relates to magic. This is evidenced by his Facebook post, as well as Amber Holder's testimony that Brad Holder intentionally cut his hand and allowed the blood to drip onto his own altar. Amber Holder testified that Brad Holder took her hand and cut her hand to drip blood onto the altar. Major Patrick Cicero testified that the marking found on the tree near the bodies was transferred to the tree with Liberty German's blood. Dr. Perlmutter and Major Cicero testified that the marking on the tree appeared to be an upside-down L. Dr. Perlmutter testified that this resembles the rune Lagus. Dr. Perlmutter testified that runes charged by blood carry additional importance and magical powers, and that blood is the highest offering to the gods. Okay? Down here, Holder and Westfall attended a pagan ritual videotaped by Brad Holder. Patrick Westfall appears to be marking a tree with his hand. Major Cicero testified that a tree at the crime scene was marked with the blood of Liberty German. Dr. Perlmutter testified that the mark was in the form of a rune. Major Cicero admitted that whoever sliced Liberty German's throat could have Liberty German's blood on their hands. The forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy admitted that upon slicing Liberty German's neck, the amount of blood and the force of blood exiting Liberty's neck upon slicing it would have been very powerful. Okay. Now, let's see. So that particular filing exists for those of you who are interested. And I just want to get back to this. All right. There it is. What is that? Well, that is from Brad Holder's Facebook page. This is the photo that Indiana State Police lost and that Andrew Baldwin had to go to Georgia to retrieve. All right. Well, what's odd about that? Well, what is this? Like I said, I can't show you because the freaks will freak out. But just imagine, use your imagination, use your imagination. Imagine Libby under there. Imagine Libby, okay, imagine Libby under there. Notice, okay, I want you to notice. Notice the large limb. It's my contention, the purpose of the large limb is solely for the purpose of holding her arm up because it's so heavy. It's so heavy, right? It's so heavy, that large limb. The sole purpose is holding her arm into that position. Well, then if you look at that, then that would make this her positioning. Look at this. All right, and look at the positioning. And notice the large limb would be providing a function of keeping that arm in that elevated position. Okay. Which would make, if you would remove that large limb from your conception, that makes that the formation. And then we know, if we look at Abby, look at Abby's positioning, and then consider this. Okay. Abby's positioning. And what's odd about that? Well, look at what's residing on Abby with a clean cut stick here. And keep in mind, this right here, this formation was also over the large pool of blood, identically matched. Okay? So, what are they doing with these girls? Remember what Prosecutor Robert Ives said in the early days. The bodies were moved and staged. There were non-secular signatures. I mean, dude, if I go through this slideshow, you'll see every aspect of what he described. He said they were moved and staged. There were non-secular signatures, at least 3. It was the type of thing you would want to take photographs of or some memorialization. You get it? You get it? All of this paints a picture. And you have to be able to open your eyes and see what the picture is. Now, I ask you, does this mean it has to be an authentic ritualistic sacrifice? Does it mean that? I don't know. Could the staging still be just staging? Like I said, in some ways it doesn't matter. For me, it's this concept. Either this is random work of a maniacal lone wolf killer wanting some sort of sexual gratification, like Richard Allen, or this is the work of a group of people who have knowledge of this sort of thing and is trying to do something weird. Okay? So I don't know And if I did know, you should wonder why I know, because how would I know? All I know is that Mr. Cicero was sent to debunk this, which is why this episode was dedicated to debunking Mr. Cicero. Remember, he admitted he was brought in to provide an alternative explanation for that marking on the tree. He was asked to provide an explanation of the sticks on the body. Now, come on. Do you need to hear it any louder or more clearly? I don't think so. So, with that being said, that's the show for you tonight. And I hope that it was interesting, thought provoking. I hope that maybe you learned something that you didn't already have a good understanding of. You know, there's so many little details in here, including the fact that Libby's injured very badly, so close to the tree that has a marking, that she's drugged to her final resting place, that poor Abby appears to have been incapacitated before she stabbed in the neck. She's not bloody at all. So, like I said, Robert Ives said, non-secular signatures, at least 3, bodies moved and staged, sort of thing you'd want to take a photograph or video of. So, do you think he was lying? Or do you think that's exactly what we're seeing? Looks like exactly what we've seen is what Ives described in the early days. So where is he now? I don't know. So that's my work on the addressing of Mr. Cicero. Keep in mind, these people, these state actors have been an all-out tear, right? So we already have, what is it? McClellan has already come, so we have to address that. What else has happened? The family members are out there now talking, so we have to address that. The defense attorneys have done several speaking engagements, but we have to address that. There's like things have been going forward, right? So there's so much that we still have to address. I just had to get this out of the way. It's been in the work for a couple weeks. Just haven't had time to get to it. So there you go. We got to it tonight. So I'm glad Cicero's out of the way. So we'll be addressing more. There's more. Okay. Oh, those of you on the replay, please make sure to hit the like and join the comment section down below. We need you to do that because when you're hitting that comment section, it probably pushes the algorithm. I don't know or not. When you're hitting the like, it probably pushes the algorithm. I don't know if it does or not. But you know what hits my algorithm? When you hit the Cash App, buy me a coffee, or a super chat, donate to the channel, that hits my algorithm. So hit my algorithm too. All right. So God bless you all. I love you. I'm going to say goodbye to the chat before we get out of here. But it's been an awesome chat. I've been watching it. Wow. So much to talk about. So let's see who was here. We got 5 Green Acres, Valencia's Mom, Heavy Metal Rehab, Untamable, Sweet Dude Shibby, Tracy Thornton, Digital, Amy's here, Swade Smith, Rebecca Ann, what's up? What's up, Rebecca Ann and Swade? Or Brenda Mays, Cromley's here. We got Kayla, Lisa, Heather Brown. What's up, Heather? DEI, Captain America. Heck, secular moving and staging is an MO2 and does not lead to RE. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Laura Naran, thank you. Crystal Blue Persuasion. All right. We got Deputy Dog, Dennis McKean. All right, we got Who's Your Daddy 11. We got Kay up in here. What's up, Kay? All right, we got Deb, Corner Piece, Jalen. What's up, Jalen? Rebecca Ann, Tinker Bell, Sweet Dude Shibby. I might have already said hi. Thank you very much. Okay, Kayla. Um, Kathy Wright, Teresa Gosnell. Oh man, my throat is so dry. Okay, let's see. We got Kaleida Hope. What's up? All right. Yeah, I'd love if Kathy come on. Mhm. Donnie Pitbull Kuntz, what's up? Mimi's in the house. Okay. Teresa F, Mino Dino, MSW 88, Oleg Cat. What's up, everybody? Chevy Killer, what's up, Chevy Killer? All right, Chevy Killer in the house. Great Life Prof. Hello, chat. Good night, chat. Hi and bye, he says. Who's Your Daddy 11? Your tip of the spear on this. Excellent information and insight. All right, God bless everyone. Look, see you soon. See you soon. Look, you know they're not going to stop. This is what I'm saying. That the funny thing about this, they've disengaged the troll farm. Have you noticed what's happened since this verdict or sentencing? I should say, since the sentencing, they pretty much disengaged the troll farm, and all the primary actors have come out. So that does that show you more of what was happening? The troll farm was used in lieu of them speaking for themselves because the gag order was in place. Since that gag order is lifted, troll farms disappeared, vaporized into the ethers, and now the state actors are out speaking for themselves. Although they've had the troll farm speaking for them for 2 years, coming after us, threatening to kill us, setting us up for crimes, threatening our families, threatening our children, threatening our parents, doxing us, putting our addresses, our homes, and all this on the internet. The whole thing they've done, and you've watched it all. And if you haven't, hey, it's all in the channel history. So, it's all there. If you're on the replay, be aware. You can also go replay some of the other uh, former lives. So God bless you all and take care. Thanks to the mods especially. And look, Me Passenger just donated a super chat. Thank you, Me Passenger 33. MI Passenger, not me. Oh, I see. Did you do that just for me? Because I'm always messing it up. Oh, I feel special. MI Passenger, not me. Gotcha. Well, thank you for the super chat. My MI Passenger. It may take me 3 months to get it straight because I'm so used to calling you Me Passenger. But God bless you, MI Passenger. Yeah, they cut the fat because it's free for them to speak. They don't have to pay the troll farm anymore or give them meth or whatever they were feeding them to keep them going. What's up, Big JD? All right, what's up? What's up? Yeah, they reeled in the trolls. Remember, but that like Rafi says, the trolls live under the bridge, right? So we've been dealing with these fucking trolls for 2 years, and so I guess now we'll have McClellan, Holman, Carter, Luttrell, Becky Patty, and all these others threaten to kill us directly rather than having their trolls do it. So we'll see what happens. All right. Thank you so much for all your contributions. What's up, Nobody Nothing? Nobody Nothing dipping in to say hello. Okay, what's up? But thanks for the awesome chat. Thank you so much for the contributions, for hitting the like, and for sticking around. And like I said, if you're bored, there's a whole bunch of former live streams and videos I've made that are on the channel. You can go and take those in and check them out. And also remember, on the memberships, we have that train guide video. I highly recommend if you're a member, go and watch that train guide video. It's fascinating. And also, I wanted to say this. Um, geez, the defense attorneys have been going around and speaking in various outlets. I highly recommend if you have not watched their interviews, Go watch the defense attorneys' interviews. They're fascinating. And the reason I want you to do that is that there's something special. You see, when we're having to speak for all of these people, or the trolls are speaking for these people, it's not the same as the authenticity and truth as when they speak for themselves. So the fact that you have Jerry Holman, Cicero, you got the juror out there speaking, you got Becky Patty, you got all these others. They're out there spinning their web, spinning their narrative. And then you have the defense attorneys out there speaking. And I think there's really something special about the truth that people can see for themselves as a result of that. Because people can watch these interviews with all of these people, and people can determine the truth for themselves, what feels right, what feels true, authentic, genuine, heartfelt, bullshit, narrative spinning, etc. And it's very interesting to watch all of these people and watch the reaction to it. And you'll see something special. Okay, you'll see something very special, that the truth of Andrew Baldwin, Jennifer Auger, and people coming and speaking for the truth, these defense investigators, it's really something special. And it's something that the majority are picking up on. And you have to understand this. This is not a minority opinion here on this channel. It's really not. Okay. This is the majority. This is the majority of people are seeing what we are seeing. They're thinking what we're thinking. They're feeling what we're feeling. And that's just true. It's the truth. And they're rejecting what the state police is trying to put across here. And it's unfortunate, because in a perfect world, the state police would be putting across the absolute most emphatic, believable, heartfelt, truthful information that passed the litmus. And in this case, it just doesn't. So I just wanted to say, it's really wonderful that people are out in this world now speaking, especially the defense attorneys, because people can see for themselves what the truth is and what it ain't. And hey, it's not for us to tell anyone what to think anyway. Let people see it for themselves. And so I'm glad for that. Anyway, that's what we are doing. And anyone feel free at any time, share this work. I don't mind you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, they are fascinating. They're also brilliant. I mean, have you picked up yet that they're brilliant? Okay. So God bless everyone. God bless Andy Baldwin. All right. Anyway, if you're on the large channel, remember, I got a small channel you can go subscribe to. I would really appreciate it to get me up to same number of subs as on this channel. If you're on the little small channel, realize there's another channel you can come on in, and we appreciate your presence. I have different community pages. I suggest you check those out. We have some good community posts. I put up some letters, emails from viewers, a bunch of locals, and I share interesting things. So God bless you all, and good night. And I'm getting the hell out of here. Okay, my throat's done. So thanks for all the supporters and all of you who watched the whole show. Appreciate that. God bless, and hide your kids, hide your wife. Good night.
you